We are now live, everybody. So,
Ah,
everybody say, welcome to the chat.
welcome.
Thank you once again for being here for our little D&D sessions on Friday. We have with us tonight our usual crew. We're waiting on one person to show up. We're not sure what his workday was like. It may have been long and tedious, and so we're going to give him a little bit of time to get here while we kind of prep ourselves and do a little bit of a recap because a lot happened last session. A few of our members were either not here or kind of half here. And this, of course, is the Beyond Etheria campaign. For those of you who aren't familiar, or the campaign that takes in parallel the same time as the Siege of Etheria, but on a slightly smaller continent to the west, where an original campaign called Beyond the Brink took place. A cataclysm occurred, and now the party are trying to survive the waste they find them. One of my players who wasn't here for the end of the last session is here with us, and so I'm going to recap things, and you're going to get hear a live reaction of the terror they find themselves in tonight. So,
Mhm.
as we all know, the party last session found themselves near Westminster after they had fortified the harbor. They had left to travel back to New Haven. Upon arriving, spoke with a number of people, including Leandros, about what the situation is currently. They knew that they had one single thing left to do in this region, and it was to take back and rebuild Glacier Keep. The last time they were there, it was full of monsters and the undead and the corpses of soldiers who died protecting it. And they knew that if they're going to take back this region and be able to leave to go forth and look for other things that need their attention in the world, they're going to have to solidify essentially a foothold there, whether it is to clear out the monsters, to establish an outpost, etc. They were told that though they stopped the meteor or the asteroid from coming down into Westminster during the session previous, that a meteorite had fallen off and fallen into the town of Glacier Keep, east of the fortress city at the lighthouse. So the party began to travel. They went from New Haven up to the outpost near Glacier Keep, and they found that there were a number of high ranking individuals of the War Master's retinue there that had established an understanding of what was in the keep and why it was terrifying. They said that they have been putting up walls and outposts. The outpost the party comes across extremely well defended and well armed, which is not a good precursor for an outpost outside of what is supposedly an abandoned city. Upon observation of the city, they saw that a large wall of shimmering light surrounded the entirety of the fortress city, and that whatever it is showed up when the meteorite fell, and that the outpost knew where it was but could no longer see it as it was inside this dome. They sent in expeditionary members. The members came back either wounded, dead, or insane. One member, Creed, went and spoke with a wounded individual to find out why, what happened, what's going on. And as he went to speak with him, he saw that the man was having signs of what looked to be post traumatic stress. He was wounded, he was healing, he was tired, he was sick, and he was trying to recount what he had seen, what he had heard, what he had saw. And he started to have flashbacks of it and started to panic. As soon as he tried, the light came off of him instead of into the person he was trying to fix. Coming to find out after multiple attempts to pull him off until he was finally pulled away as he almost grew as bright as a magnesium flare, nearly burning his hand to cinder if it wasn't for the. Come to find out, those who come out of this dome seem to be almost intrinsically reversed polarity of the magic they use. In layman's, they were immune to the Once they left, it took a while for their bodies to restabilize, to come back to terms, so to speak, of what it was to be a part of that area. The party decided to venture. There was nothing left they could do. They weren't going to send more innocent men and women into the dome, even if they were volunteers, even if they were soldiers who were experienced and strong. They needed to figure this out for themselves, and so they entered. Having gone through the city before, it was relatively easy to find their way into a decent foothold. They came across the hole in the wall that was made originally during their first encounter with a bear that seemed to be grotesquely mutated and almost undead.
My bear.
That bear, when they last met it, was put into the ground and was, to their understanding, unalived, and was removed from being a problem. As the party crept over the hill towards the wall, they found the grave that they had buried it in was now empty, which boded unwell for those venturing within the walls. The sounds of monsters and echoes of roars bounced off the walls and the darkened sky. Upon entering the walls themselves, the party found their way to the tavern that they had taken shelter in previously, where the walls and the doors and the windows had all been removed and reopened, but something that was easy enough to fix once inside. This is where the person controlling connections. This is where she will be getting filled on what occurred. As Aura was dragged into the tavern with the rest of the party to keep her out of harm's way, as something seemed to befall her, making her unable to continue, the party got themselves inside. Okros and Nez began barricading the doors and windows to make sure that they would stay where it was. Nameless went to look for supplies, whether any food or drink left over that they could use to sustain themselves so they could make a fire that could rest. Creed stepped upstairs and found that the bodies that were left from before had now been replaced by what looked to be mannequins made of vines, their vines growing outward in all directions and stretching up the walls and into the ceilings. Upon returning downstairs, a small fire had been made, shrouded, so that light would not escape through the cracks in the building. The heat was enough to sustain them, as food and drink was passed around between rations and bottles of liquor that were found behind the counter of the tavern. And knowing what exactly was outside, until a voice came across almost the deadened plains of the streets of Glacier Keep. A woman's voice, shrill and panicked. "Help me! Help me!" echoed throughout the walls. It repeated multiple times, almost growing in intensity every time it was repeated. The party sat still. Creed kept his eyes on Aura to make sure that empathy at this point would get everyone killed. The calls rang out again. A woman screaming for help, pleading, almost begging. The party stood fast. They stayed silent. They refused to move from their positions, keeping the light shrouded of the fire as they just knew to let it pass. Deep footfalls fell upon the deck. Massive weight and size pushing down on the planks, the deep creaking echoing throughout the deadened streets. The sound of claws being slowly dragged across planks on the front of the tavern echoed a whispered plea for help from the same voice, now close enough that you can discern that whatever this thing is, it was what was calling you. And its voice became agitated. The pleas went from sad and pleading to aggressive, to angry, to frustrated, to enraged. As its claws tried to sink deeper into the planks, its pacing continuing as the party simply sat and waited in quiet. Until eventually the voice stopped. The footfalls became distant, echoing out into the distance. An untold amount of time between the start of the encounter and where it was now. It felt like hours. It could have been only minutes. But here we were, sitting in the cold, the fire barely keeping everyone warm while we waited for a monster to walk away. The party now finds themselves in that same tavern, sleeping in shifts, giving each other a long rest if out possible. Find themselves in a mimicked sunrise inside the tavern walls, the sun's rays peeking through the planks that were used for barricades. The sound of footfalls in the distance. Large creatures seeming to mingle about, roars and bellows of deep guttural catastrophe still echoing between the streets. The smell of a rotting carcass floating in through the holes in the tavern from where the two titans had fought previous that night and one had lost. And that's where we find ourselves now. Unseen by those around us, and with a party of heroes questioning their next move.
I'm sorry, I was taking a cat nap. Can you repeat all that?
No.
I mean, you missed the part where it imitated lovely aura. I want to touch the bear. Speak to the bear, rather.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
you were-
right.
You
That's
were
right.
very close to getting cut.
Yeah.
So bad.
It started
Hey.
mocking you and was like, but I want to touch the bear. I want to speak to it.
I would have tried to help that voice right off the bat.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and then it made the sign to the deer,
Uh-huh.
which is when I got up and Creed literally put his hand over your mouth and was like, "Don't say anything."
Not.
I would have wanted to help so bad. I dead ass would have helped. I really would have. And that's the worst part about this entire thing is I 100% would have been like, no, we have to help them. We have to help them. We have to. Why are you guys doing this? Why?
Yeah, and then you would have tried to either let it know you were there or try to go out and help and then just get absolutely creamed by whatever was waiting for you outside.
Have you seen
Yeah.
the first Purge movie? Because you know what, you're the kid who's like, you know what, that guy out there, we need to help him. It's like, no.
It probably irked you a little bit knowing what you were going to do, Bird, and me having to leave. You were probably like, damn it.
No, because I know you would watch it. It was more of seeing what the rest of the party would do.
And we were. I can't. Well, I don't have to ask someone what their thoughts were, because yeah, we discussed that someone would not have hesitated to kill you.
Oh, 100%. I was fully prepared to hear that Rage didn't even question it. He was just going to slice and
Oh,
dice
I was
it right off the bat.
I was gonna throw you out the door.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
He was just going to throw you out there and be like, eat her! Leave us alone!
Oh, 100%. As soon as when they were describing it to me prior to starting, I'm like, Rage wanted me to die, didn't he? He was going to sacrifice me.
I didn't have the chance. Otherwise, I would have.
It was
I could have
close.
just seen him with a dinner bell going, dinner's ready.
Bravo.
Dinner's ready!
I would have dressed like a French maid just to fucking hand you over on a platter.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, I love it.
Lord mercy.
So yes, so as you can see on the map in front of you, you have your location here, which is the tavern. I'm going to give you a little tiny drawn square for your tavern. Make it green.
We like green.
green.
That's where you are. Okay.
I'm like, where are we? Where's our map? There it is.
Glacier Keep map.
Yeah, I found it. I find it.
Oh, I just realized I can actually look at it for
Yeah.
once.
You can actually look at it. You don't have
Yeah.
to use your imagination. You have access to the map now.
This is. I wasn't prepared for this.
Welcome to the
Hey, at
21st
least-
century, Blackburn.
At least the maps are better this week.
Listen, I double checked my plan and was like, all right, do I need any more maps put down? No? Okay. Do I need any for next week? Maybe. Let's pull the files, and I checked, and none of them are bit crunched, so we'll be fine.
Bro, you were smacking us in the face with map after map
Yes,
after map last
yes.
week.
There was a lot of maps.
Good.
On the map, on the map, on the map.
It was just unfortunate because like none of them linked together, and the ones I did have were supposed to, and it was like, oh, they're bit crunched. Well, time to use
Yeah, The
substitutes.
whole map was the size of this lighthouse, and we would go to zoom in, and as soon as we do, he would enlarge it. And it's like, oh, I can just get
It was just like a
Hmm. So we
zoom in.
still in the tavern and this thing's still outside. Yes.
No, it is the morning, and you don't know if it's outside because the windows and doors are boarded. But you don't hear it, which is a good sign.
I want to go play in the snow.
Let me make sure I heard you right. You said you want to go play in the snow. Just so I heard you right. Just so I understand.
I might have.
You might have. You might have.
I might have said that.
You
maybe.
might have said it.
Make sure I heard her. She wants to go play in the snow.
I could have said that
Can
too. I
you-
say a lot of things.
You live in Alberta. Go step outside.
It was +6 here today. It was +6 here today. The snow is basically all melted almost.
I love Rex's reaction. If you live in Alberta, go step the fuck outside. Don't do it here. Leave us alone.
No, we went 56 with the wind to 6 in a matter of a week and a half. Yeah, our weather's issues.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's what happens. You get Chinooks. It's Alberta.
You get
I went,
Chinooks.
I went from 75 to 85 in a week.
Shut up, Florida.
I was gonna say, lucky fucking you, Florida man.
Dude,
Wait,
I
is
did
the
AC on.
Rex's
No,
dip?
that's not lucky.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
AC went on, bro. It is not a good time.
I'm
There
sorry.
it is.
I love how that's like that's the indication for how rough things are. It's like, man, I gotta turn the AC on.
Yeah, especially in like
Okay.
January. Like, bruh,
Yeah.
it was 76 up here in Virginia, and I was like, I don't like this. This is bad
was six-
omens.
It was 16 in December up here. I'm like, this is not okay.
Listen, bro. Not only did I have to turn the AC on because it was hot, but it was humid as fuck.
Well, yeah.
But you're not going outside. If we are, it's not to play in the snow.
Creed, I say let her
Fine.
go. Maybe she'll taste it away.
Don't know what
He's gonna
that
turn
was.
to do the two-hand thing. No.
I don't know what that was, but maybe it's actually a person and there's a bear with it. Because we
You
know
go
the
chase
bear.
that bear.
We know the bear is up. Because the body was no longer there and the hole was still there. So the bear is also a risk. So whatever that was, I don't know. But I'm glad we didn't find out.
All right. If okay, so what's the outside of the tavern look like?
So,
Like, I mean, like the physical structure.
like of the building or just like what's
Yes.
around you?
Well, of the building.
So the physical structure of the building is that it is a lofted two-story building. So you have the first floor, which is approximately like apparently Discord's having an issue keeping my voice connected. That's cool. Thanks,
Yep.
Discord. Um,
I thought it was me. I'm not gonna lie.
no, I
No, me too. That's why I didn't say anything.
keep seeing the voice connected signal jump up and down, which is
Try disconnecting real quick and reconnecting to the server.
yeah, I might have to if it keeps doing it. Otherwise, we'll just stick with the guns, stick with the good stuff. But yeah, so essentially, it is a 2-story lofted building. The first floor is about 30 by 40 feet, with stairs that lead up to the second floor, which is about 20 by 30, which is mostly bedrooms, which is where you found the owners upstairs. So the outside of the building, you have a quote-unquote porch that is, I would give probably about 6 by 40 because it stretches the length of the building and has a small awning that is the same dimensions overhead with 6 columns out front. The sides are all regular plank siding with a roof that kind of comes down into a standard A-frame.
Well, there goes that idea.
That's glorious, dude.
I'm not very skilled, but I can do basic shit posts. So
Shit posts
Oh.
good.
It was. I was giggling. So let's see
so
what he posted on my stream.
Oh, God.
so
God damn
Saving
it.
that one.
That's a
Saving
good
it.
one. That's a good one.
I think we might be able to see them from above, but that's not going to work out if there's an awning. Bit of a problem.
You could climb up to the second floor. That would let you climb out to get up. But it is
Well-
not exactly friendly to those who are non-dexterous.
To be specific, I'll explain the plan because it's not going to work.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping it was just going to be a sheer wall, because I don't want to like crack a window on the second floor and have them be able to climb up to us.
Okay.
I was hoping that if it was like a flat-faced building, we could have the option of height to like offset us if they're still down there waiting. But because we're because there's an awning, yeah, it's kind of a porch. Yeah, no, it's not gonna happen. Unfortunately, I can't really think of a better solution. We need to get eyes on out there, but
I mean,
I really don't want to crack the door.
The cat has an idea.
Let me do the. We need to see what's out there. They could be out there waiting. One of them could be dead, but because based on the smell, I assume one of them's dead. But we need to see what it is. And he like side eyes the wall. Can't just look out the window. So I'm open to ideas.
You can toss me out the window. I'm fast enough.
Oh.
And I
Let
have
me-
my cloak.
Let me see if I understand this correctly. You want to go out there alone against creatures that could perfectly imitate your voice, where we will lose sight of you, and we have to hope when we next hear your voice it's not a monster.
We can have a code word.
I hate the fact I don't have a better idea.
Upside down pineapple. That should be our code word.
What? Upside down pineapple?
And a character, if you know, you know.
Now you're wanting pineapple upside down cake.
That's not where I was going with it, but
Uh,
We
What
got
the
one better?
hell? I don't. I hate that, but
Now, if you hear my rifle crack, run outside and can come get me, because I'm in trouble.
fine. Someone go upstairs and throw the cat out the window.
Yay! Wait, maybe Nez should do it. He's had a lot of experience throwing me at hay barrels lately, or hay bales lately. He can fire me with Lucifer.
I was just gonna say we're gonna get Lucifer back out. Is that what you want?
You know what?
No.
I have a better idea. Or I believe now's a good chance for you to get what I might call some cathartic payback. Go upstairs and help him throw the cat out the window. Okros? She's going to need a hand, please.
With all due respect, Creed, I can call myself a cat. You can't call me a cat. But I like where this is going.
Creed's just gonna like walk over and like scratch behind your ears.
Purring sound, because I don't think it'll come through if I try to do it on the mic.
And he's gonna lean down and he'll go, "You are a cat." I'm not a cat. Scratch behind the ears. Damn it!
Oh
Gross is
god.
just gonna kind of squint,
Yeah.
look down at you, and be like,
Never try that with me and you lose the hand.
The second that he calls me a cat after you scratch me, like all the my eyes go wide, claws come out of my paw. Don't do that again.
No one must know. No one must know.
I'll find some fish first. Now please get him upstairs and get him out the window. The faster we find out what's out there, the faster we can leave.
Let's go, Nez.
All right, go up. I'm gonna carry Lucifer up. I'm gonna guess what rooms that we see on the right side are gonna have the windows to go out.
Yep. See, there
On the
are
right side,
two
so this
rooms.
way?
Two rooms to your right. Both windows would overlook the street and the intersection to your left. So you'd be able to either get out onto the awning on the front of the building through the second story window, or if you do yeet the cat, you can try and yeet him across the street to a different building.
That is not the name I would have come
So-
up with. Okay.
My plan was to yeet across more than likely. With the bull. Lucifer, he should be able to get you over to the other rooftop up top.
Yes, please a rooftop, because I'd rather be up there than down the street.
All right. So at this point, it's going to come down to Lucifer doing his job. So, Nez, I'll need you to roll me a regular attack roll for Lucifer, just for his ballista. So take whatever normal modifiers he'd have for his ballista and just give me that roll. Just to see how accurate he is getting Nameless across the street.
Obviously, I want to be decked out in a cloak. With just my eagle eyes showing. If that's possible.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He has no modifiers. So that'll just be a regular D20 then.
I have
Do I
been
get to
talking this
assist him?
time and I was muted. Oh my god. Well,
Eh.
Aura's gonna attempt to pick up Nameless and put him in Lucifer.
Don't touch me, you vile woman!
You
I
have
can
to
climb in
get
there
in the,
myself. I have
No.
plenty of experience at this.
I was told I could help throw you out the window. Creed said I could help throw you out the window, Nameless. So I am doing
You can
it.
help, Nez. I got this. Don't touch me.
And Nez, just so you're aware, it is a spell attack from you, is Lucifer's roll, so you'd be a +8.
Oh, +8 then.
Yes.
All right. Oh man.
Under Aura's breath, she's gonna mutter, "Stubborn cat."
I'm just gonna roll a d20 and add 8.
Perfect.
Hey, bro, my life is literally in your hands. Real good. That's not good. That is not.
Oh.
No, that is
Oh.
not what I told you.
Oh.
I
You
will
son
take
of a
a-
bitch.
Or was it a 1?
Oh, wait. Am I allowed to make a recommendation for this Nat 1?
You know what?
Oh.
I'm
Oh,
my
I
ears
was
are
gonna
open.
say a fate on that.
I mean, if you want
Okay.
to, if Nez wants to burn a fate
No,
on
no,
it,
no. Let's play this. Let's let this play out. I want to hear
Okay.
what Creed has to
I'll
say.
let
Alright.
it play out. Okay.
Okay, so I need you to go way back in time and access some core memories.
all right.
I need you to remember the classic Looney Tunes, where the Roadrunner would try like a big slingshot or something.
Oh yeah, while they could do the big slingshot.
David?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Map
Yeah,
on the side of the wall and just like
yeah.
slowly fade,
Yeah.
like slide down. Yeah.
I want that to happen directly across the street of a building, and I want him to like miss the window by like inches. So like it is just like at the last second it gets bumped, and he just gets rockets into the side of a building.
All right. Well, I like that. We're doing it. So, Nameless, you crawl into the ballista and you get yourself nice and comfortable. You've done this. You're well aware of the risks and how it's going to work as you've done it before. So you set yourself up, just mentally prepared, wrap yourself up in your cloak, rifle at the ready, eagle eyes good. And as Nez goes to, so to speak, pull the cord to launch you, you see a certain sea elf knocks into the arm of the ballista. Which, as she knocks into it, Nez pulls the lever, cord, whatever you want to flavor it, and launches you across the street. And you see your target change swiftly from a window that was coincidentally left open to the brick wall that was next to it. The rest of you, from inside, you simply hear a "yeah," followed by a deep thump. As
No.
Oh, no? No?
The noise that comes out of my mouth is fucking Tom from Tom and Jerry screaming at the top of his fucking lungs.
It's just slamming into a wall.
Whap.
It's not where I was going, but sure, that sounds great.
Aura's gonna look. I'm gonna look out the window and then look at Creed and Nez and be like, "Is he alive?"
I'm just gonna look at, or be like, maybe next time I don't need the help.
I'm Aura's gonna like. I'm gonna look at you and be like, "How did this become my fault? I wasn't involved. I
You're
wasn't allowed to. I wasn't
I
allowed
wanna-
to do it."
If I may, can I paint the picture of myself attached to this wall?
Go for it.
Okay. All they're gonna see is a paw hanging out of this cloak. They're not even gonna be able to see me because I had the cloak on, right?
Yep.
And it's just a middle paw with the fucking nail straight up as I slide down this fucking wall.
Oh yeah. So
A little bit of blood, a little bit of piss.
it's just, you know, a little bit of something.
Some fluids.
Yeah. You know, so it's a whole thing.
Mm.
But yeah, let's
Am I
get
out at this point? Like,
let's do well,
You're definitely not having a good time.
it was a
tell you that
force
much.
ballista, so it launches you with some pretty good speed.
mm,
Let's do this. Give me a con save. Let's start with that. Let's start there.
My God.
Oof.
Oh, this is starting great.
It's starting wonderful. I don't know what you're
The
talking
dice
about.
gods do not look kindly upon
what?
us, right?
I'm here for it.
Ew. Ooh. All right.
I mean, I'm not here for it. I'm over there attached to a wall for it, but I'm here for it.
You take 25 bludgeoning.
Oh,
Whoa.
Well, I mean, then again, it turns out being projectiled into a building probably freaking hurts. I'm just throwing it
just
out there.
just a
I
smidge.
thought it was gonna be more.
I am not a medical professional.
As a
but-
medical professional, yes.
so Aura's gonna like turn and look at Nez and be like, first off, I had nothing to do with this. Second off, maybe aim a little better next time. Third off, we should go get him.
As you say that, Aura, and Nez is just looking at you with like, you ever seen like the exasperated like hands in front of you pose? Is kind of what Nez is standing in. He's just like, what the fuck? And as you turn, you feel something tug at your belt, and you see that your belt caught on the arm of the ballista and is now turning with you as you try to sassily walk away.
I'm taking him with me.
Yeah, Lucifer's just being
Lucifer.
dragged behind you. Yeah.
No, don't let me go with her.
Please.
I'm like, now you see?
I'm taking Lucifer with me. And
Oh,
I don't
I keep coming
care.
back to the memes. I'm just remembering from the first Matrix. It's like, you have to sit there to watch Tank die. And she's like, not like this. Not like this, as he's just being dragged away.
Not like this. Not like this.
Please, no.
Please. Please, gods. No,
right.
please.
Lucifer's blind now, I guess, for the time being.
Or let me
So-
go, you misbegotten Cretan. Return me to my father.
Does he see anything? Well, after he's done,
So,
being...
I see a brick wall.
yes, currently at the moment, all Nameless sees is bricks. As he peels himself off, you kind of fall a couple feet as you land butt first onto the awning of the building across the way. You look around you for a moment as you kind of regather yourself, as that took a lot out of you. It hurt a big smidgen, and you're not happy about it. It's a smart one.
So I guess I clearly don't know that it was Aura, right?
You do not. You just think
David-
something
okay.
like just something happened as you got launched across.
So I'm angry at Nez right now.
Say again?
I'm angry at Nez.
Yeah, I would
So
imagine.
that's just-
Either
yeah.
you're angry at
Sorry,
Nez
I-
or something.
Yeah.
Something equivalent.
Yeah.
Aura didn't roll shit. This has nothing to do with Aura. Thank you.
The Nat 1 spoke. Your ass hit the crossbow because you were being sassy.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Okay. I missed
Where
that
have
part.
you been?
Listening, but
I don't-
That's
I
it.
don't quite know if
I'm
the,
feeding you to the
sarcastic clap-
bear.
I don't know if that sarcastic clap came through, but
It was close. I could tell. There was a little. I could
But
feel
if
it.
if my ass hit the crossbow, shouldn't I have been the one to roll? Like shit.
You were the one
Doesn't-
standing there trying to
anyways,
load Nez into
so-
it. God bless. Anyway, so Nameless, as you kind of shake yourself to, not knowing what exactly occurred, you look down across the street towards the front of the tavern where your friends are currently sitting, and you see that there is nothing outside that would be immediately threatening to them. To be that there was a large number of claw marks dug into the ground and into the planks of the porch, but there's nothing out there currently and nothing around your current surroundings. But you do have pungent smell of death hangs in the air around you, just like rotting carcass in the nose holes. It is not pleasant in the slightest.
Okay, so I'm gonna stand up on this awning and like shake all the snow off of me. I'm sure there's snow on the awning, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so shake it all off. Remind me to fucking kill that damn robot. Okay. So, what's going on here? And I turn to look. Hey, claw marks everywhere, including on the wall behind me, but we're not going to talk about that. I don't see anything out here. Maybe I can glide across rooftops here? See if I see anything down this way or this way?
Give me acrobatics to get to the next rooftop.
I don't wanna. I told you I didn't wanna.
No.
So
Okay.
you look just to get yourself up to the roof of the building you're currently standing on. You kind of slip on the snow. You see that you're still a little discombobulated from hitting the wall at high speeds. So it takes you a second, but I'll give you the few minutes that it takes you to get up to the roof. And now up at the roof, you can see a little bit better about the situation you find yourself. You see that a deep fog has settled around most of the fortress city, that it makes it hard to see things that are outside past the tavern and where you and your friends currently sit. From where you stand now, a few, maybe about 10 or 12 feet higher than where you were, you can see tracks, or what's left of them, leading from the tavern. You can see tracks leading from the tavern to the east that look to be, from the surface, bear tracks. But they seem significantly larger than any bear that you've encountered as a ranger. Otherwise, you see the same thing around the rest of the streets. Claw marks, deep trenches dug by something being dragged, parts of the snow cleared out by big swaths of movement, whether by tails or arms. But in the distance, you can see buzzards flying around in the distance. And from where you stand, you can look to about here. Right here in this little intersection, we'll put a nice little marker down for you. You can see that's where the buzzards are. And just through the fog, you can see the outline of what looks to be a massive, just dead thing laying in that intersection.
Okay. So at this point, I want to climb back down the building and try to run over to the tavern.
Yeah, I mean, give me another
And then
acrobatics or take your time.
kick the shit out of the door. Even though it's not going to do anything.
What, the front door of the tavern?
Yeah. Just going to kick it.
All right.
Because I'm mad.
You kick it with your little boot feet.
I'm going to do that. Son of a bitch. I got to get these bad rolls out of here, so I'm just going to roll. Because fuck me.
So you take your time scaling down the building, knowing that the snow and ice make it difficult. And then you get up to the front door of the tavern. As those inside, you hear footfalls and the squeaking of boards outside. As just a loud kick, the impact resounding off the front barricaded door and echoing through the bottom floor of the tavern.
What's the code word?
Upside that fucking robot's head. Let me the fucking... I don't have time for this shit.
Because you're like, he's the one who chose the code word. So... No.
I feel like I should play out that I have like a slight amnesia because I'm concussed.
Go for it.
Yeah. Don't fucking remember. I got hit in the face with a brick wall. I just let me in.
No!
Got in.
Okay. So I'm gonna walk out in the middle of the street and just unfucking load with my rifle. Not my actual rifle, not the big one.
You fire your rifle into the air, causing a number of
Let's
birds
let
to
him in.
scatter.
Hang on. He didn't say what he shot. Or where he shot.
Fair enough. Where did you shoot exactly, Nameless?
Okay, so I was thinking the air when I said that, but now I
Uh-huh.
feel like I have to rethink this.
It sounds like I need to roll the dice.
Ugh.
Oh,
Go
God.
for it. I'll let you get all this fucking karma awaiting me from just fucking up your entire
am-
campaign.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of scared right now.
All right.
Me too.
So
Me fucking too.
so let's do this. I'm actually gonna drop the percentage. There's 5 of you, and then we'll do a D6.
Freed standing behind the door.
Yep.
If anyone, so.
So I'm gonna roll a D6, and we're gonna go from there. All right. So he shoots the air. He doesn't shoot any of you. Lucky time. Lucky time.
Never forget, DMs are like the monkey's paw.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Nameless, you fire your hunting rifle into the air in frustration.
Yeah, it's the cat. Let him in.
No one else is stupid enough to let the enemy know they're here.
I can hear you through the fucking door, Creed.
That's the point.
By the
Open
way,
the fucking door.
We're gonna
Open
let him
an
in.
upside down pineapple cake.
So, Creed, you go to open the barricade on the front door. You start, pulling things away, getting it kind of open enough for you to actually bring him in. And you open it, and you see Nameless sitting in front of you. Nose bloodied, face covered in snow, frustration across his eyebrows. But as you're about to let him in the distance, you hear another rifle shot echoing throughout the streets.
Your damn fault, Nameless. Get him in here and get this rebarricaded.
Well, that's cool. It knows what my rifle sounds like now.
Cool, get in here. Am I still lugging Lucifer around by my belt?
That
I would say at this point, Nez has taken it back.
any sound.
Oh, I would say, yes, she is, so that way I can see exactly what the fuck happened.
Here's a
I was
quick.
gonna say I didn't take it back yet.
All right, then yeah. So hold on, let's all do this
sorry.
stepwise. So, Creed, you open the door. Nameless, you go to step in. You guys hear a rifle shot in the distance. Another set of birds scatters into the air from the sound of it. And then, I know, Rexus, you were going to say something.
Yeah.
So it can mimic more than just voices.
Apparently so.
Me. Unless it was an actual rifle in the distance, but I doubt it.
It does
Did
sound
it?
exactly like mine, right?
I
I
was
mean,
gonna
it
say, does
sounds
it
close
sound
enough, but you're
exactly
also using like a pretty standard hunting rifle, so not really anything.
May
to,
I see if Creed can actually hear the report echo properly?
I mean, you hear it, but it definitely doesn't seem to echo quite right. Like, you would know after all of your military service that it sounds pretty close to someone who wouldn't know, but with you having had to use rifles to essentially locate enemies, you're like, nah, that's definitely not real.
Not to toot my horn here, I feel like I would know as well as a ranger, yeah?
I mean, you would know, but you also hit a brick wall with your face, so I'm giving
Fair.
you leniency of the
Fair,
doubt
fair.
at the moment.
Fair.
But yeah, so
I guess
Creed
you
is
could say you're not in top form.
yeah, in his top form he'd be fine, but right now, a little shaken. But yeah, so
And let's be
Creed,
fair,
you
the brick wall hit me
okay.
Yeah,
So-
for
sure.
insurance purposes.
So Creed, you find yourself looking out the door you have open for a moment, listening closely as Okros kind of looks over your shoulder, saying that it can mimic sounds other than voices. And then as that's happening, Nameless, you step inside and you see his nose. Because as you see Nez pinching the bridge of his nose, you see why. As Or standing in front of you.
Not yet, not yet, not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet.
What do you mean,
I
not
want to
yet?
yell at Nez first. I want to yell at Nez first.
Okay.
Okay. Nez, what the fuck, dude?
And I'm just gonna go from pinching my nose to that's your problem and point.
So I turn my head and look at where he's pointing.
And you
And
see
suddenly the realization comes in.
Yep.
Go ahead.
you see Aura standing there, Lucifer's one of his crossbow arms stuck in her belt of her pants.
And that's when I look at Aura and my eyes go extremely wide, but then the pupils go extremely narrow like fucking like snake eyes. You bitch.
New shit. I don't know how I ended up attached to Lucifer, but apparently I am.
This is what happens when you try to help me.
Let me put you in the fucking
Motherfucker.
thing. This wouldn't have happened. This wouldn't have happened if you just let me pick your cat ass up and put you in them. But no, I had to help other ways, and then you hit a brick wall.
I didn't tell you to fucking turn him when I'm inside of him getting fired out of him. I just said go help Nez. Did you
Well, I'm
ask Nez
sorry.
what he needed help with?
Sorry that Lucifer just wasn't ready for all this jelly, okay?
What fucking jelly? You're a fucking sea elf. I've seen 2x4s with bigger knots on them.
But while these two wonderful people are
Yes.
arguing very loudly,
Yes.
Creed is going to step outside.
Yeah. You quickly step outside, while those two have their very polite and loud discussion. You just kind of like
Is there a
close the door
yarn ball
behind you.
nearby?
Is there a
Can I,
what?
like,
A yarn ball? No,
yeah,
there
can
is
I look
not.
around and see if there's a yarn ball?
No, there is
A
not
yarn
one.
ball up cat.
So,
Well, Nameless, why don't you go piss in your damn litter box and we can move on to this. And then I'm gonna detach myself from Lucifer and like forcefully shove him back towards Nez. Take your stupid overrated cannon.
Lucifer shoots a mini little flamethrower out, like me.
it's just like if you put a match in front of an aerosol can. Just
Yep.
The equivalent of sticking out his tongue again.
Okros blowing a raspberry is a image I never thought would cross my head. But here we are.
I mean, I didn't really think any of this would cross my head, but yeah.
You hit a brick wall. I attach myself to a fucking cannon.
So Creed,
Again,
you
while they're
find yourself
arguing,
outside.
he's going to basically just look down the street both directions and just, well, attempting to tune them out. Listen and see if he can hear anything.
So you focus yourself just to really put yourself in the surroundings that you find yourself in. Your combat prowess and awareness kind of coming to tune as you find yourself listening for every sound that can be made. The biggest sound you hear currently is the flap of birds across the rooftops into the different areas of the district. Specifically, a large crowd of birds is going to be arguing over priorities for feeding down an intersection. In the distance, in the fog that you can see that has risen towards the rooftops of some of the buildings, you can hear the deep thumping, almost like something dropping a great weight, time and time again, in a very cadence-like manner, almost as if something was walking. You hear the bellows and roars like you heard before, as if everything has begun to wake up to begin their hunt once more. You hear the clashing of voices, of bodies, of monsters going against one another. All of this seems to be happening well away from where you're standing, just on the outside of your awareness, on the outside of your senses. And from what you can tell from where you stand is you see a bright rod of light that you didn't see on your way in last night to your east. A smoking crater, the smoke trail still going up towards the sky, following the trail of light that follows it. And you determine that that is the lighthouse.
The thing is, you can't really trust. I don't know. I guess this is out of character for what it's worth. You can't really trust what you hear because whatever it is, apparently they can replicate it. It's not just speech. So they could be fighting, or it could be an affectation, in an attempt to draw us out through curiosity. But we can't stay here again. We need to make progress. And the only way we're going to make progress is moving forward. Alright, so the last time we were here, we went to the military ward, correct?
Yes. You went west, as you would remember where you are and where you went. Then you went to the
Alright.
military ward and the castle. And then from there, you came back up north and then due west out of the frozen chapel towards Ravenholm.
Alright. Problem is, if we go back to the military ward and or the castle, I promise there's a lot of real estate there. And there's a lot of reasons not to go back there. But the tavern held for the night. They know we're here. They already know the building. So we know that there's at least one body down the street to the northwest. Where did the meteor land, by the way?
East.
I apologize.
East, towards the lighthouse.
That was like over here, wasn't it?
No, the lighthouse is
Oh.
this box over here.
Oh, I mean the box labeled lighthouse.
Yes, that thing.
I thought I was looking for like a circular symbol. I realized, yeah, it's a little box labeled lighthouse. All right, so
Sounds like lazy writing.
all right, so yes,
Did we go
I
check
see
out the
that
body?
now. No, so first of all, to quote Mad Max Fury Road, that's bait. There's a reason it's left in the middle of the street. There was no attempt to hide it, and they could have. If they got the body that far, they can get it wherever they want to take it. They left it there to draw us out.
Let me reiterate, just so you understand. It's not like a human-sized body. It is like an elephant-sized carcass.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
But
Like, it's where you heard the fighting that night between two large creatures. It looks like it's just the one that lost.
They didn't drag it.
Yeah, but that's my point still stands. It doesn't matter the size. If you can get it, and you can try to draw your prey in, you're going to do it. And the corpse in the middle of the street is a pretty good one. It's classic. Very few ways to mess that up. But
Body
we have
in the
to.
middle of the street. Oh, body.
I'm also worried about what we're going to find in the military ward. Because if the owners were like this, I can only imagine what all those soldiers are going to be like. And Creed really is not looking forward to going into that building again. Especially that throne room.
Yep, fair.
But gonna be the best option, unfortunately.
You do
So
know
he's gonna-
there's
he's
a
gonna-
well, you do know from your knowledge of the city is that there is a large building in the center that was reminiscent of a ecclesiarchy building, essentially, like a large monastery.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's not gonna be a good idea for now. Until we can get a scale for exactly how big an issue this is gonna be with them just toying with the dead, our best bet's gonna be to avoid the center of town. Mostly because that's closer, technically, to where that meteor hit or where this all started. So if we could push west, we should be able to at least get eyes on the center of town. We'll have it elevated. We be in an elevated position. We'll be kind of screwed if they decide to come in after us. But I'd rather get better eyes and better information than basically stumbling around the streets hoping for the best. So, Creed's gonna step back into the tavern. All right, gather your items. We'll be. Go hesitate a second. We'll be heading to the military ward and to the castle. Any objections?
I think we should go check out what that body is, but I have a feeling that I will be highly voted against there. So, whatever you gentlemen decide to do, I suppose I'm along for the ride now, aren't I?
Creed's gonna walk over and ruffle her hair. Like, oh,
I'm
you're
always
so
gonna
adorable.
swat the fuck out of your hand.
I mean, that's gonna hurt you more than me. Because you're wearing gloves, I'm wearing armor.
He is in full plate.
Gloves on. Hold on, let me.
Have you ever
look at
slapped
something.
steel before? It's not fun.
I wish I had the power. I wish
Oh.
Call Lightning was different, because I would just zap the shit out of you, because you're covered in metal.
That would kill me.
Debatable. Depends on how much power I put behind it.
I'm wearing full metal. And I don't have boots to ground me. I literally have hooves.
He's a hoof man.
You have hooves?
Yes.
He's a tiefling.
Oh my... I thought you were like a human.
No,
His skin is bright red.
he is a
Like-
tiefling paladin. He's got horns, hooves, pointy teeth, red skin, the
Like a
works.
humanoid.
This whole time, and we
Wow.
just never knew you were hooking it.
This is where we find out that Aura's fantasy racist.
Oh, God.
She's like, all humanoids look the same.
Oh, you were a hoofed creature. I thought you
You
were like a
non-sea elves
humanoid.
look the same to me. Oh no.
Oh, jeez.
You were a humanoid.
All right.
Anyways,
So, Creed, you pitch that plan after you head back inside of heading to the military ward, because at least that would give you main streets to go towards the center of town and get eyes on it, as well as possibly having, because you can't stay in the tavern again, as you stated, because they know you're here.
I think it was a nice lady.
Da, da, da.
All of you remember what was in the military ward the last time you were there.
No.
So, did we leave just yet? I just thought of
No.
something.
You haven't left yet. Creed has basically come back inside, has told you his plan, and you're all just kind of standing there thinking.
You think
Alright.
you want to maybe booby trap the tavern as we leave? In case it comes back to the tavern and we know it did.
Hmm.
I'm not sure what you would do that wouldn't destroy the tavern as well. But
Hmm,
by all means.
that's
Wait a
true.
minute. Wait a minute. Hang on.
Uh-oh. I see the gears turning in Creed's head.
I have an idea.
Oh, Lord.
Um,
Oh, Lord.
hypothetically, could you make a fantasy glitter bomb?
Huh?
I mean, with what Nez has on his person and what you could probably find, you could probably make something not the same, but definitely kind of the same purpose.
Because I'm a big fan that if we can at the very least minorly inconvenience this thing, I'm happy. And like,
Well, later.
I want something that's not destructive, that won't damage the tavern physically, because we might have to fall back here to a
Right.
location we already know about. But we need something that's going to
Really?
tell us if it's been here or not. And I figure a glitter bomb kind of accomplishes all of that.
I was gonna say your first thought is stripper herpes. Okay.
No, I'm technically an officer. I'm not an NCO or private, so no.
Oh, Jesus
All right.
Christ.
So let's definitely think on that. Nez, what do you have in your pockets?
Oh,
Discussing the glitter bombs. True aura fashion of I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna do what I want and things. I'm gonna sneak out the door and go see if I can get down to that body.
Cool, great. We'll deal with you in a second.
By
Give
the way,
me.
or check the session chat thing.
It has a
Nice.
picture of his character.
Yeah, that's what Creed looks like, by the way. But yeah,
Oh.
for you, Aura, give me a stealth check.
I said I was going to sneak out. I didn't say I'd be doing it at my damn self.
No. You said sneak out.
Yeah, you
There's
said
difference.
sneak out. That's just you.
I did, but I'm
Uh-huh.
wild shaping first.
You said you're sneaking out, so if you want to sneak out, well, everyone's kind of trying to figure out what they're gonna do next, whether it's booby trapping the tavern or moving
Okay,
to
what am I rolling?
Miltoward. You're rolling me a stealth check.
Nat 20.
Ha!
Are you fucking kidding me?
oh.
Any other time, we
I
need you to
love it.
roll well. You can't. The one time you want to fucking split the party and you roll perfect. You want to split the party with skinwalkers out there.
I love it. Here we
I
go.
I don't even have a metaphor for how stupid this is.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Or does or does
You
it
have
roll
Aura
out?
2.0, right? 2.0,
All right,
right?
so it's a nat 20, but like, what's your entire number?
The
That
plus
was a
0.
stealth check.
Is it plus 0, so it's just a flat 20? All right. All right, I'm keeping that in my brain bits. Thank you. So, or you slink out while they're looking over stuff. Nez, based on what you have on your person, you could definitely try and to essentially be to the tune of a, I don't know, I guess the word is like a trip bomb, where it wouldn't necessarily be a you could probably hook up a flare to a trigger with some rudimentary material you could create to at least mark the area. But to do it successfully and with gusto, I'm going to need an engineering check from you.
Yeah, I was gonna say like a trip flare is basically what I was more thinking I could probably make.
That'd be a lot easier
But
for
you
you to
said it.
make. Yeah.
It's an 11.
So you're able to put together a rather like decent looking flare. It's not anything to write home about. It's very straightforward, a middle tube with a fuse pull cord that you kind of put together from some matches and a piece of fishing line. You know, it would either so yeah, it will either launch a flare or it'll explode. Who's to know until it gets tripped? But you have it and it's good to go. And as you are all getting your materials together, making sure you have a plan in place of where you're going and how you're getting there. As Creed has stated that he wants to get everyone down to the military ward for the next stage of shelter and probably trying to get eyes and some recon done. You all look around to see if the sea elf isn't there.
Bloody hell.
Why does she love running off on her own?
I don't understand how someone this unbelievably naive can
How is
simultaneously
she
be such
still
a...
alive?
Yeah, exactly! Exactly! How can you be this naive and this much of a pain in the ass? I don't understand! Like, the creature imitated her voice perfectly, and she says no! I want to run out there alone!
Do they know where I went?
No. You snuck out without anyone noticing you were gone. So
Good
you
riddance is what I say. It's a good riddance.
Oh, yes, of course. So as you're all frustrating standing there like where the fuck she go now as you're getting all your kit together, setting up the tripwire and getting ready to leave, or you've been gone for about 10 minutes. You have in your own way stealthily made it to the carcass that was to the northwest of the tavern. You stand about, I would say, 60, 80 feet away from it. A good safe distance, sitting behind a snow-covered trash can. As you look over it, you can see that it is a large... It is definitely massive.
A large what? You cut out.
Carcass. It's a corpse. You know this. It's a carcass.
Well, no, you cut out, so...
Yeah.
It is a large corpse / carcass of an animal that was fought and killed here. In a hiding spot, watching patiently from a distance. As you...
Pause.
Yes.
Pause. What the fuck?
What?
Dude, we're all rolling like shit and she gets a nat 20?
Yep.
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 I'd call rigged. This game is fucking rigged. Shenanigans.
Rigged.
Bullshit.
So, or you find yourself at a safe distance from this body that was left from the fight last night. You don't see anything around it except a few carrion birds, large vultures and such. These vultures seem very odd, as the skin on the carcass you can see is that of thick leather, much of that of, I would say, like a rhino, where it is worn, it is thick, it is full of scars and bumps and growths, and it's just not pleasant to look at. The bones are twisted and gnarled. The flesh is oddly colored. And the birds that feast upon it almost look the same. The skin that is exposed on their heads and on their torsos seems to be matching that of what is making up the carcass. Their feathers becoming much darker, some still remaining vibrant. Some of them seem significantly larger than vultures you've seen before, or birds of the same scavenger carrion class. It's a very odd sight. You even see a couple of smaller, what you would imagine, land creatures coming up to feast on the carcass very slowly, slinking up to it, taking a few bites and running away. And you don't see anything out of the ordinary for a minute. It just seems like the body was left here, and those that are scavengers are scavenging. What do you do?
Will I be able to tell what it is without moving? Like, a better idea of what the creature is? Or
You can't tell what this creature is, even from the... With your knowledge of animals, you still don't know what exactly it could be. It just seems different, odd. Something is off about it that you really can't put your finger on, and you're not sure why. It seems to look like a large land animal, but its skin and its bones seem to represent that of a different type of animal. It seems to be almost an amalgam of the two, or at least that's what you think. From a distance, you could be seeing things or the battle damage from the fight.
would Nez be able to do anything if I was able to get a piece of the skin off of it and run back? Like, would
Nez
he be
is
able
not
to
an
tell
alchemist. He is an engineer on steroids.
I just didn't know. I knew he had some kind of like tools to his toolkit. I just didn't know if that was one of them. I don't know if any of us have those kind of.
No,
tools.
none of you do not. The only person that probably have a better way of identifying than you would probably be Nameless. No, it'd be Nameless, because Nameless is a ranger. He studied monsters.
Well, and I'm 60 to 80 feet from this thing.
You're about 80 feet away from the carcass, yes.
I want a piece of that skin to bring back. But I have to think of how I'm going to do this.
That is the question, is it not?
It is. Because if I wild shape into one of the animals that I've seen feasting on this thing, I could get there undetected, hopefully, but how would I bring it back? I'm an animal.
You have a mouth?
True. Okay, yeah.
No, never mind. I'm gonna stay quiet for this.
Not your art, Creed.
I'm not there, so you know.
That's what I'm saying. It's not your art.
Yeah. It's
This isn't your death wish.
Oh, now I want coffee.
Not at the moment.
Okay, I'm gonna wild shape.
Okay.
You got point for this.
All right, you wild shape.
Into one of the creatures. Hold on, I have to push my button.
So
Gross.
you look at one of the creatures, you focus, and you try to force yourself to turn into exactly what you see. It's significantly more difficult than what you've done before, ever. Most of the time when you wild shape, it is a simple maneuver. You imagine the animal in your head, you focus your energies, and after a few seconds, your body transforms into what you imagine. Simple. If you've seen it, you can do it. But with these, you have issues actually coming into the shape. You have to stop and refocus and push your mind harder, almost as like forcing yourself into a mold that doesn't quite exist. And so after a few moments, you are exhausted once you get yourself into your wild shape. None of it's definitely more tiring than your other wild shapes have been. And you find yourself in a large, almost reptilian-like body. You feel gross, like you're not supposed to be here. Not in the sense of the mentally, but just like an uncanny valley feeling.
Yeah.
You feel like you have the muscles and bones of a mammal, but the skin and organs of a reptile. Even your teeth don't seem to fit quite right in your jaw. Your eyesight is hazy and both purple and red, seeing in two different spectrums that aren't supposed to mesh together. And with a slow crawl, as even your body seems to have issues maneuvering, as you have these competing pieces.
Movements.
Yeah, just kind of fighting against one another. You finally get yourself up to this carcass. And as this creature, it seems even larger than it did in your regular form. And the smell is intoxicating to you. It's something that draws you in, pulls your attention. And it brings you ever closer, almost like wafting you, wanting you to be closer. And now you find yourself in front of it. Now, the corners of your now eyes on the sides of your head, your wide peripheral vision giving you view into the other monsters that look the same as they skitter through the shadows between buildings, under broken stones and rubble, coming up to the carcass, taking a bite and running away. You feel like you need to do the same.
I'm going to peel off a piece of the skin. I'm not going to take a bite.
You seem that you can't. It seems that the teeth in your jaw are not meant to simply delicately grasp and pull. They seem to be made for one specific purpose, and that is to tear and rip whatever lays in front of you.
Tear a piece of skin off.
Give me a sleight of hand. Do that. Give me a sleight of hand.
7.
You go to try and take off but a singular piece of skin, a long strip of flesh that you could easily carry in your teeth and walk it back to the tavern with swiftness, even in your new cumbersome form. As you go to do so, you feel your teeth pierce the flesh of the carcass, and the smell fills your nose. Your brain begins to fire all of its neurons, becoming excited. You can feel your pupils widen. You can feel your adrenaline racing as the brain that now rests beside your own, the consciousness that you live within, tells you to consume everything that you can before you're found. Give me a wisdom save.
Wisdom save.
Wisdom save.
22.
You're able to hold back the urge to sink your entire jaw around the piece of meat that lays in front of you. You're able to, against the primal urges that now invest themselves within you, pull a long piece, about a foot long and a few inches thick, off the rotting carcass and settle it between your teeth. You mentally trying not to let it touch your tongue or any part of your sensories, as to not try and drive the suit that you now pilot into a frenzy. What do you do?
Okay, now that I have the skin, I'm going to turn around, go back to behind my trash can, and wild shape out of this lizard thing.
You start moving away from the carcass. Your movements are still infantile, not coordinated. So you begin to move, and you feel just your legs aren't going where they're supposed to. You're trying to focus on them. And the urge in your mind to just eat what's in your mouth whole, to savor every part of it. And as you go to walk away, out of your peripheries, you see eyes looking at you. The same eyes that you now wear. Their mouths open. A hissing fills the air as you start to see multiple pairs of these eyes all around you.
Oh, joy.
What do you do?
I'm running the best I can. God damn it.
You're just going to run for it?
I'm not going to take on multiple of these creatures by my damn self.
All right. So, at that point, I need you to give me an athletics check, please.
Fucking 10 even with a +6.
That's usually how it goes.
You You try your best to move your legs as quickly as you can, pushing faster down the cobblestones that make up this street. You rush. You feel your legs pushing against the stones as you hear the clasping and closing of jaws behind you, the hissing, filling the air as it chases you. You now see that there are 5 of these similar lizards, all chasing you down, wanting what you have. And they're catching up. They seem to have a better understanding of the way their bodies work. They seem to be using their strangely lengthened limbs, their weirdly jointed elbows and shoulders, and pushing themselves into the stone. You are just barely able to stay ahead of them, unless you figure out something before you get to the tavern.
The only other thing I can do is wild shape into a normal creature, but do I want to use my other wild shape for that?
You're
Out of
the
character
one.
point, you
You're
have time.
yeah. Wild shape takes a minute or so to actually form into it on a normal
Yeah.
situation, and these things are on your tail, literally.
I don't know what else I can do other than run. Or give them the piece of flesh that they want. Wanted.
You can give me an athletics check to keep on trying to run super hard and not fuck up.
I'm going to give you another athletics check.
You keep going, pushing yourself further, trying to figure out your own limbs. You can't seem to get a whole grip on it, but you're definitely keeping pace. And thank you, Carson, for the 69 biddies. I will use the Zaddy voice. So, Aura, at this point, you have maybe a 20-foot lead on these lizards chasing you. You have about 120 feet to the tavern. Do you want your head to try? Get creative with whatever you got.
Brain or brain empty right now. This
All
seems
right.
like such a good idea at first.
If brain empty, then you keep trying to run. Give me another athletics.
I guess you could say you've got a big bird brain.
Yeah, she does.
We're moving up in 2s.
You're able to keep the pace ahead of them as you make another 60 feet. You feel your claws slipping in between the cobblestones as patches of ice pop up. The lizard's behind you. One of them catches a bad stone and falls, its head careening into the stones as it stops its chase. Only 4 remain. And you keep running. And they still have a bit of a lead on you. They're about 25 feet behind you now, still keeping pace as you run with the piece of meat between your teeth. Give me another athletic.
20.
You make leaps now. You start feeling natural in the way you move this body. You push yourself further and further, harder and harder as you are trying with the beast that you sit in. And so you push ever harder to get there. And you find yourself finally arriving in front of the tavern. As you turn and face the 4 lizards that have chased you down, all of them hissing and trying to surround you, I need you to make me a wisdom save at disadvantage.
I don't know what disadvantage is.
You
but-
roll it twice and take the lowest.
16.
Wow, you're lucky.
Nah,
Jesus fuck.
damn. So,
I get nat one into a fucking brick wall. She gets saved. What the fuck?
you, even though you're tired and you force yourself into becoming this creature to survive, you don't lose yourself in the temptation that sits in your mouth with the flesh that your mind tells you to consume. So you stand there, hissing back at these 4 other lizards that have now chased you down. As now we turn to the rest of you who hear the scampering of stones, the breaking of bones, and then hissing as you see 5 lizards having a standoff outside your tavern. These lizards, for size comparison, to give it a clear understanding, you can imagine them as a cross between, I would say like a Komodo dragon and an alligator. Like if you want to think of
So
it
we're
that
talking
way.
like large lizards.
Yes, we're talking like Florida large. So these guys are probably about
So-
8 foot long each.
So I can't be cute as fuck and hold one in my mouth while giving it to Creed.
No,
Alright, I assume we see the wild-shaped aura, basically sitting with a piece of metal, or like,
you do not
piece of meat
know
or
that
muff.
it is aura. It is not.
they seem to be having a showdown.
It's 4 of them are trying to chase down and take what the 5th one has, as the 5th one seems to have its back to the tavern, and the 4 lizards are in front of it, kind of trying to surround it as best they can.
I would like to cast a cantrip.
Okay.
I always butcher this word, thaumaturgy.
Yes, close enough.
Yeah, I'm going to continue to butcher that word.
It is fine. What would you like to do with thaumaturgy?
I would like to make a sound reminiscent of... I don't really know how to describe it. Warframe reference, though. It's the sound when when the sentients arrive. Like the groan.
Yeah, the tripod noise from War of the
Yeah.
Worlds.
Something that's instinctual of, I need to get away.
I don't like it here. So
Mostly because whatever's out there was going to hear this and it's going to try to replicate it. We're going to know that's not something that's supposed to be here. So
fair enough. Yeah.
That's a fucking great idea.
Yeah. So, you do it, and you snap your fingers, open your mouth, and all of you witness as this loud, bellowing, just deep. Oh, actually, no, hold on. I got this. Hold on. I think I got something that can help us personify what exactly this is. I don't know if it's going to be the same, but it's going to be close enough. There. Just a deep, deep sound that echoes from Creed's mouth. Something unnatural. Something
Kind of like the purge horn.
almost like a foghorn, but worse. Imagine if it threw a synthesizer. Just terrifying.
Oh God.
What the fuck was that?
It was my concertina that I'm learning how to play.
Oh my god, if you ever learn how to do Inagaya Davida on that thing, it would be fantastic.
I mean, I played Buddy Holly earlier today. When I first got it, I was like, oh, I can, pitch tone Buddy Holly. It's fine.
I'm just like, I'm just sorry. That was in my head.
But yeah, so you guys hear just this deep droning noise come out of Creed's mouth. Something reminiscent of just a deep bellowing foghorn, of just a bellows emptying its air. And it's a sound that should not come out of a size of creature that Creed is. But it seems to echo throughout the stones, throughout the buildings. It sends shivers down the spines of those around you. And for the lizards themselves, let's see, all but one run immediately. Their eyes returning to normal state from their combat stance of dilated, horizontal pupils, and they dart into the alleyways and through the broken doors of some of these buildings for hiding spaces. One of them stays, still hissing at the lizard that is holding food in its mouth. It seems to stand steady, trying to hiss back a sound just as intimidating as the one that Creed emanated. In the distance, you believe you hear the sound echoed very far away in return.
Of course, I was gonna look over at Creed, cock an eyebrow.
Well, that was an impressive belch.
How far away are we from the lizard?
I would say like you are 10 feet behind Aura and the other lizard.
Well, they don't know it's me, but yeah.
And how tall is she?
Both of them at the shoulder are probably about 3 feet. See, like alligators. So they're horizontal, but both of them are about 3 feet at the shoulder.
All right. I would like to do a thing.
What thing would
You're
that
gonna
be?
jump on my back, aren't you?
No. Creed is going to reach underneath his cloak, and he's going to draw a dagger
Uh-huh.
and throw it at the one that did not flee.
Okay. Roll
Hey.
to hit.
He is also going to scream down.
Okay.
All right. So, what would that be for acrobatics?
Are you just no? If you're throwing, it's just a range attack.
All right.
Yeah. So it's just your normal attack with a dagger. You're just throwing it.
Yeah. All right.
We don't know the other one's aura, do we?
You do not.
No.
16.
Okay.
You
Can
hit
I
it.
jump on the other one's back with claws?
Give me acro. Yep. Rage, you jump onto the back of the one closest to you with your claws out. And Creed, you nail that one that is farthest from you that didn't run away with the dagger.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna hit the deck and like squeal in pain. I'm not gonna try and fight back or anything. I'm just gonna hit my stomach and just like.
From
Squeal.
you, Aura, I need wisdom save once again. No disadvantage, just a flat wisdom save.
14.
Cool. Let's resolve what Creed does. So, Creed, you threw the dagger and yelled down. Were you yelling down to let Aura know to get down, just so I'm understanding?
Look, something came to us and is apparently, has its back to us.
Okay.
Well, being chased by something else. I'm assuming that this is the stupid sea elf
Fair.
realizing he fucked up. And I'm using those words very deliberately here.
Fair enough.
And yeah, he's yelling down as in get down.
I wanted to make sure that I understood. It wasn't like you were doing some kind of spell on top of it. As if you were just... Okay.
No.
All right, so you do it. You hit that guy with the dagger, and it seems very displeased. It actually starts to pull away from you as you just fucking nail it with that dagger. Nameless, you just jump off the porch, claws extended onto the back of the other lizard closest to you, and you slam it into the ground because it wasn't realizing you were going to do that. And as you do it, you see its mouth close shut. The piece of it that was outside of its mouth falls to the ground with a wet slap. The rest of it seems to go down its gullet.
Oh, fuck.
When.
Uh-oh.
Do you realize how hard I had to fight not to eat that damn piece of meat?
Well, I mean, most of it's still on the ground.
Some of it. Is the wild shape out of this creature now?
So, what happens now is the lizard that was being aggressive backs away and slinks off into the shadows, leaving a blood of what looks to, or a pool and trail of what looks to be blue blood behind it, trailing through the snow. The one that Nameless jumped upon after the meat fell out of its mouth seems to stand up on its hind legs in a odd feat of craze, which throws you off, Nameless, because you weren't expecting that. But you start to see that the body of the lizard starts to shift rapidly, like as if it is twisting in on itself. You see its limbs elongate, its lizard-like reptilian hands turning into that of a humanoid and back again, almost as if it is stuck between two phases, trying to pull itself from one end to the other. Aura, in your head, you are currently fighting this incredible dopamine rush. A rush that is pushing you to go back and eat more, to kill the lizard that threaten you, to establish dominance. The primal urges of the form you took, pushing you to return to your roots. The meat, that urge. The taste is intoxicating. It's better than anything you've ever had. The smell sitting in the air, almost a smile of joy across your face as you feel your mind and body twist against itself, as you, Aura, twist against the primal side. And so you fight against it. You stand up on your hind legs, your body shifting in and out of both your wild shape and your humanoid shape, until eventually you return to Aura. Your eyes dilated, your skin steaming as you lay in the snow, exhausted. Nameless being closest, you would notice something off. And we're going to take a break real quick because I got to use a little streamer's room.
I
The
also
little
want to
streamer's
potty.
room.
Yeah.
I also need a bio break.
So let's take a quick bio and then we'll be back with more D&D. Huzzah!
gonna perpetually have a chunk of that in the bottom of my lip,
Hate.
and he's gonna sound like the most like Southern Union miner you've ever met. Gonna talk a lot like this.
That's terrifying.
Baremore Half Rock at your service.
Absolutely wonderful.
Ah.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome.
Great thing to come back to.
Oh, yes.
Indeed.
So, Mr. Nameless, you would be the person close enough so you would recognize something is off. You would see that Aura's eyes seem different, and that the skin on her arms is also different. You would see that her eyes have retained the same shade and pupil type from when she was a lizard. And that the skin on her arms, where it was light blue and smooth, has now turned to a grayish green and very to the touch, as one would imagine.
Guys? I don't think our sea elf is the sea elf anymore.
How could that be?
Is the other lizard still here?
It has run up, but has left a large trail of blood.
Okay, well, let's try to figure out if I had to go recover my dagger, but that's fine. I wanted it to run away anyways, so Creed's gonna walk outside. Well, that's what you went off to. Of course.
How come every time you run off on your own, you always bring back trouble?
Notice that as well. Odd.
I'm just gonna point at the, because I'm assuming I'm still conscious.
Back to the conscious world, yes.
I'm just gonna like slowly and groggily point to the piece of meat that I didn't ingest, thanks to Nameless.
Wasn't
And
your
just
mouth, you
like-
wouldn't have adjusted, bitch. Same.
I'm just gonna point to it and say different. Because that's all my brain can brain right now. And then I'm gonna like look at Nameless and be like, "You've seen it?" Very like short, snippy sentences because like recovering.
I'll be honest, I don't know what to do with that.
I'm asking you if you've seen it. Like if you've seen a creature with that skin before.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up and investigate it.
Roll me invest.
Son of a bitch.
So, with an 8, you wouldn't be able to tell exactly, but it is very blatant that you think this is the skin of essentially a desert mammal that lives on the southern region of the brink, as you've come to know it. And it shouldn't be up here. And that itself is very strange.
So, I have seen this before. But it shouldn't be anywhere around here.
Well, that's the carcass that I just tore it off of.
Is the one in the northwest?
The one just up there, yes. That where the fight ensued and y'all didn't want to explore, but I had to. Something inside me was telling me something was off.
So, and I'm picking it up to inspect it further.
Yep.
And I knew you
Um,
guys wouldn't come with me, so I had to do it myself.
So, this is the skin of a creature that would dwell in a desert. Why is it up here in the snow?
All these creatures were different. Even wild shaping into that lizard, it was a fight and a half. Like, I've never had to fight so hard to get into a creature. And coming out of it was even worse. I'm sure you saw the phasing in and out I was doing. It was almost like it was trying to take over me and my mind. I wasn't turning into it, it was trying to turn me permanently into it.
So you investigated further, Nameless. Give me another roll. Doing that if anyone else has anything else they'd like to put forward.
What was that?
If anyone else has anything to put forward while you were rolling. Like if anyone has anything to interject.
Yeah, I was muted. It's 18. Sorry.
All right. So with that 18, you see that not only does it have the skin of an animal that lives in the desert, but you can see that there's other parts of it that seem off. The color of the flesh beneath the skin, the way the muscles connected to it, even the bone fragments are all reminiscent of a completely different type of creature. One that would be in freshwater swamps, akin to that of a crocodile.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before.
Yeah, it was almost like they were a bunch of animals just shoved together. Like, even when I wild shaped into it, it felt like I was 3 different animals put together as one. The legs weren't the same as the body, the teeth weren't the same. It was weird. Something created these creatures out of many other creatures. It's almost like they were designed to be a militant race.
That is why I want to go to the keep, to the castle, to the military ward. So I wanted to find out what's going on so we can actually see something. Not wander off by yourself to go stare at a corpse in the middle of the road, which is obviously a trap!
Nothing harmed me other than the creatures that were feasting on it. And that could happen whether we had an enemy upon us or not. None of you would have come with me had I asked.
You
I
know why.
constantly follow you guys into the storm, doing whatever you gentlemen want to do. Anytime I ask to do something, it gets shut down, so I have to go upon myself and do it myself. You guys don't trust me, so I have to trust myself. And this is why I have issues trusting people.
Because I've been taught to survive! That is my job! It's not to go for obvious traps that are designed to be drawn out. I want to have more information before we act. I'm fine. I was fine with investigating the corpse after we knew what was around it. Instead, you wandered off by yourself and you ended up bringing back creatures that we had to scare or fight off. And in the process, you apparently became what I can only refer to as infected, and it's because you felt that that was the correct decision. Instead of trying to get more information, you should always be as informed about something as possible.
The only reason I kept this skin and these eyes is because Nameless decided to jump on my back with his claws out. I had to fight not to bite his head off. This being was trying to overtake me, as I told you. I fought tooth and nail to keep that meat out of my throat because it was calling to me, humming to me, begging me to ingest it. The endorphins were raging.
Then
had I not swallowed that, I would have been fine, and I swallowed it because the cat jumped on my back.
Then you
Don't blame me for this. Don't blame me for this. I had no idea this who you were.
Well, why did you just jump on random creatures just for funsies? He should be jumping
What?
your ass for making that decision too, because did you consult with them before you decided to jump on a random creature's back? Probably not. I am the only person who has their choices questioned constantly. Nobody else is under the scrutiny that the sea elf is under. The only thing I've done that none of you questioned is when I saved Okros' life. Everything else I've done, you
You
guys
know,
have.
the funny thing is, you're neglecting to remember that my character owes you a life debt, and you just fucking completely ignored to consult me at all.
Would you have rather died, Okros? You don't owe me anything. I didn't do it for the life.
No, that's not what I'm fucking saying. You're talking about how nobody would have listened to you, nobody would have followed you. My character owes you a life debt now, regardless of whether or not you care about it. If you had consulted my character, he probably would have come to fucking protect you.
Like, Creed is going to take a deep breath and raise his hand. Stand there and cross his arms. Fine, Aura. Where do we go? What do we do now?
No, I'm not making any decisions. I've learned my place. I'm here to follow. Lead the way, Commander.
No, no! By all means. We shall follow your orders. Where do you wish to go?
No, you've proved your point, Creed. You're not doing this just because I finally stood up. That's not how this is working. You want to make the shots? You want to call them? Fine. I'll be a good little soldier. I'll follow you, Commander.
Oh.
Or as you stand up, as you push back harder, as you see the disappointed faces of the party around you, as you feel their disappointment is layered with almost feeling like they've been wronged, where the concern they have for the survival of the group is what has pushed them to this point. You know in your mind that no one is coming to save you. At every turn, at every event, you have been the one to save others, whether it was the barbarian, whether it was the townspeople, whether it was the courier you spared, whether it was the survivors you found and got out, whether it was Leandros when he was stuck in the dungeons. No one has come to your aid. You specifically gone to theirs. Though you felt that you were correct in your assumptions of the situation, what you did was, to a point, incorrect. You know well that Okros owes you a life debt. What you did was above and beyond the call of duty when you gave years of your life. And you know well from where you started, from where you focus specifically on yourself, that you feel like you're falling back into it, but you're not entirely sure if what you're feeling is you or the monster that tried to claw out of your skin. But as you stand up, your mind begins to swirl, to spin, to fall. Those moments of clarity quickly clouded by a feeling of weakness as you begin to violently vomit into the street, the chunks of the meat that you had swallowed in your wild shape falling into the snow. The smell of it, to you, now rancid, no longer than the intoxicating allure it was before. In those moments of you sitting, it's that you may have gotten information, but you feel that maybe it was not the correct choice, as those around you who wish you nothing but safety, that are the ones that are to keep each other alive, were worried, scared, afraid, as you've all been afraid before. But for you, you feel something twisting inside of you. You realize that your body is shifting. It's not shifting because of your magic. Your magic feels fine. Your mental stability is aligned. It seems that whatever this place is, as they told you in the infirmary, seems to be twisting the very energies that make you up, melding them with whatever you come across. Be wary, for who's to say how far it will go now that it's entered your body completely.
I'm gonna sit there for a minute and think, just briefly, but like enough. And then I'm gonna say, I'm sorry. I stand strong in my beliefs, and I believed what I had done was correct, but I am sorry. And then I'm gonna get up and just walk into the tavern and go sit down and put my head on like the bar or whatever.
Creed's gonna follow her in, and well, are you gonna be sitting at a table or a bar?
Anywhere, first place I can see to sit because I'm still exhausted.
Mr.
So-
DM?
Jenna, you enter the tavern and you see that the thing that is still relatively intact are the stools at the bar.
I'll go sit at a stool at a bar and just put my head on the bar and like, you know how, like, I put my head on the bar or like over, you know the like stressed, I'm getting a divorced
Yes.
man pose at
Yes.
the bar? Yeah, no.
Creed is going to make his way around the back. Are there any intact glasses?
Few. Some, they're not a matching set, unfortunately, but there are a few that are still intact.
Actually, you know what? I'd like to find one that's like obviously damaged, but it's like I can still drink from it.
Yeah, easy
and he's
enough.
going to pull out his water skin. He's going to pour some water in the glass. He's going to set it in front of her. I thought I knew the world a long time ago. I thought what I was doing was right. I thought what I was doing was well thought out. I knew everything. And I learned very rapidly that. And you can kind of give the whimsical glance around. I thought I could trust the things that had come before. That I could trust the people I had been fighting with. That all you had to do was have faith in others. For my trouble, I found out that I had been lied to for weeks by those I had put my life on the line for multiple times. I faced down a creature of nightmares for them. Nearly blew myself up for them. And in the end, I found out that our history was a lie. That what I knew was a lie. What I'd been told was a lie. But you don't understand. Learning your entire history is fake. Learning that the demons you've been told of growing up were actually not monsters. That you were. It's people like you. That hurt someone. What? He's like gonna take a deep breath. What hurts is knowing that those you are closest to didn't think they could trust you. He's gonna start. I'm actually tearing up for it too, but he's gonna tear up. That no matter how many times you tried or offered your life in exchange for theirs, They could not trust you. That is what kills you. It's that knowledge. So you be as informed as you can on everything. You learn every angle, you learn every scrap of knowledge you can. So you can protect yourself. For you have to keep going. You may not know this. My job as a soldier is to fight and die for those I'm sworn to protect. And a lot of those people died years ago. My book is full of their names. And if I can, I make note of how they died and when. So I will never forget the price I still owe. So yes. Do I give orders and you follow? Yes. I do. That's my job. Don't you dare for 1 second attempt to minimize what I would do. I would die for you. I would die for any of you. For that is my lot. That's my oath. And my job, no matter what, is to protect you. For you are naive in the ways of the world. You may think otherwise. But I must pass on my knowledge so you best may protect yourself in the future. Do not mistake my pride, my knowledge, for arrogance. Usually, of course. But if I tell you something's a trap, it most likely is. For those creatures were not alone. Whatever it is that killed that thing is still out there. But I'm not sure if you noticed. It can replicate more than voices. It can replicate sounds. So yes, it's a trap. It was. It always will be. For if it could get the body that far, it could get it farther. I want to go to the military ward so we can see the city, so we can find out what's out there, and we can responsibly and intelligently make our plans. Not sneak off by yourself or myself to perform reconnaissance, or to steal a piece of flesh. That body's not going anywhere. No matter how hard those creatures may try, they can't leave the wall. So, and he's gonna push fingers on the bar counter and slide the glass forward. Drink up, and attempt to purge yourself of that foul flesh.
Okros
Then rather
enters.
bluntly, grab your shit. We're leaving.
So
And he's gonna.
you finish your speech. You put your hands off the counter and you stand up. Okros comes in behind Aura and just puts a touch of his sugarcane into the water to help with the bitterness of the meat that she swallowed. The rest of you, having heard this, you've heard it before, you'll hear it again, as you know well of the weight you all carry from your own pasts, and that you've all made your own choices, and you've all grown to change your pathways, your destiny. You also all know that no one's coming to save you. You have to save yourselves. And you see that the sun has now risen into the highest point of the sky. The snow has begun to melt water. The water falling into the snow below and causing little streams to form between the rocks. As you all sit in silence for a moment, you hear a bellowing outside along the streets. A deep, loud noise, followed by heavy footfalls, as you feel the slight tremors from its walk. If that is not a sign to leave, I do not know what you would take as one.
I think we've overstayed our welcome. must leave.
I'm gonna down the water and get up and just grab my stuff and stand by the door and wait, not saying anything.
I'd still been outside. Do I know like exactly what direction that's coming from?
Yeah, you know it's coming
Or can
from
I
like
tell?
the northeast, like north side of the trade district, essentially. And it's
North side of the
big.
Trade District.
Can I climb up to the roof of the tavern to see if I can see it?
Yeah, you would have enough time to do so. As you climb up, you see this massive colossus moving between the streets. It's hard to tell what exactly that thing is, but it easily towers over the buildings of the city. From your guesstimates, from your height and from its height, you probably guessed that it's about 80 feet tall. Its bulk outweighed by its height. It seems to just walk with no hesitation, but with a large amount of patience as it just slowly and methodically goes through the streets. You can see that whenever it opens its jaws, that loud bellowing sound exits, echoing across the top of the rooftops. The design of the creature, though, is what piques your interest. It seems to be reminiscent of the trolls you had fought months ago. Its skin green and gangrenous. Its muscles exposed. But from this distance, you're not sure, but you swear up and down that there are faces in its chest that seem to be growing out of it in grotesque, shrieking moans, writhe and wriggle as it walks.
If you're talking, Aura, we're not actually picking you up.
No, I'm not talking.
Oh.
My MacBook will catch you guys talking because I don't have my headphones in because they're charging.
I just want to make
Okay.
sure, like, that you were actually trying to talk.
No,
That he just wasn't picking you up.
no.
Yeah, because it was flickering, so
Yeah.
sometimes Discord's just being stupid.
Right. Nameless.
Yes, Creed.
Grab your rifle. Please scout out where that Balti was. See what you can tell from here.
Already on it.
Wonderful. Just wonderful. So, let me pull the map back up. It's one of these 4 tabs I have open. There it is. Alright, so about where are we now?
So you are still at the party marker. You're still at the green
Ah.
circle that represents the tavern. The red circle is the carcass. The red square is the lighthouse.
Yep.
What you can see, or what the name creature here, walking
Okay.
westerly, that is just a massive, grotesque creature.
I thought we had already started leaving, and that's when we saw it. My apologies.
No, it's as you guys were kind of going out. Nameless and Nez were outside, and so Nameless climbed to the roof to kind of see where the sound was coming from, as Nez pointed it out, and that's where you kind of got the description of the monster. That's where you exited the building and are now ready to deuce.
So before the exit, it's just me and Nez outside, yeah?
Yeah.
So I kind of want to call down on Nez. I don't think that's anything we want to go against right now. Big as massive, dude.
I'm gonna believe you, especially since the way we're hearing those footsteps.
Oh, you should know that it's something I don't want to deal with because I haven't pulled my rifle out to shoot it yet.
You had me on that one.
We need to leave now.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. So we're off to the castle then? In the military ward?
You all remember the path to get to the military ward from the tavern. Creed still points it out, make sure that you all remember fondly, unfortunately. Or you remember clear enough that you don't need directions. You just walk in quiet formation, looking for anything and everything that could possibly pop out at you. A world that is no longer under your control. As before, you've gone to places where you've fought large monsters and creatures beyond imagination, but at least you've still had control. Here, it seems that that has been lost, and it's just you. After about 15 minutes of sneaking through the alleyways and behind the buildings, finding different pathways and holes to hide your silhouettes in for moments to give you not only clarity but ease of access, waiting for monsters to pass, you finally make it to the military ward. The front gate open as you left it. The bodies inside, with the snow melting, seems to be a little bit easier to see, and that they are all still accounted for. No empty.
Why weren't these touched? Doesn't make sense. Unless. He's just gonna start walking it towards the castle itself.
All right.
Um. Odd question: do I have rum or not?
Do you have rum?
Yeah, do I drink or not? What do you think?
I would say yes.
I got one yes. Better
It was
than.
a rough day, sure.
I
I'm
don't know.
drinking. Fuck it.
I didn't work today, so. All right. All right. So, yeah, Creed's just gonna make his way to the castle. And he's gonna head towards the throne room.
Oh, you mean in real life? I was.
No, I poured myself 2 fingers of whiskey or rum. Sorry. Actually, it was about two fingers.
I've been drinking cod
Nice.
apples since we started, so.
Same. Apple, but Captain Moe's and Coke.
All right. So
Nice.
he's gonna head inside. And like I say, he's gonna head for the throne room.
So you enter through the front door, and like you saw outside, the bodies in here have not been moved. Nothing seems out of place. It seems just like you left it.
All right. This is weird. I'm gonna send that out in character. Like the only thing that's different between the two areas is relation to the lighthouse, but even so, like there's a lot of bodies here.
Out of character, are you sure it's raising things from the dead?
Mm.
Kind of thought about it that way, actually. Well, I'm thinking more both in and out of character here. Like they did something to the bodies of the tavern. Whatever the process actually was. They did something for a reason.
You never fully investigate the bodies at the tavern.
I mean, I'm also not a scientist.
No.
I mean, I'm more likely to go, yeah, yes, these bodies are dead.
These bodies are bodies. Who
Yes,
knew?
these bodies are made of bodies. But it's the fact that they were even, I will say, modified at all. There has to be some significance. Again, I mean, Creed's a reasonably intelligent man. He's got a 13, but he's not. He doesn't really know much about science, so he just knows something's odd about it. Not necessarily what is odd about it.
As you enter the throne room, you don't even see the same thing you saw in the tavern. The bodies all lay where they are, as if nothing has changed. The rungs where a banner was taken off the wall is the only thing that seems out of place, as there's now an odd.
Did he cut out for anyone else or just
Yes,
me?
he did. But I understand what he was saying. Alright, so if everything's more or less the same, we're gonna... Well, actually, hang on. Okay, so we're gonna make our way towards one of the towers. Is there any way along our trip that Creed could think of a place where he could try and find like a spyglass or something?
I would imagine you would find some bits and or pieces enough for you to find a spyglass or binoculars.
Doesn't have to be like brand new, but just something that allows him to see at a distance.
Yeah, they were probably left behind along the battlements as it was necessary for scouts.
All right. I guess he's gonna take everyone towards one of the turrets, and we're gonna head up top.
Yeah. You reach the top, and on your way up, you find a couple of supply bags for scouts and such that would be on the battlements. In it, you find a handful of spyglasses, nothing new, significantly well worn, but useful at least.
Nice.
You also have a nameless, just FYI.
Yeah, and Nameless doesn't really need it because he's got his eyeballs, his goggles, and his scope. So everyone but Nameless gets a spyglass.
Nice. Plus, he's also got those cat
Oprah.
eyes.
You
Oprah?
need a spyglass.
Oh. It's like, who you're calling Oprah?
Me.
Alright. So, once we get up top, or do we get up top without a problem?
Yeah, the battlements are relatively well intact. Though it was under siege, it wasn't under siege from artillery. It was mostly under siege from foot soldiers and light armaments. So the stones are still real enough intact for you to go up. You know, you'd be able to get to the top of it and easily kind of sit there and look out across the city.
I didn't want to like get most of the way up, and then it turns out the top step is like a mimic or something. So
The entire turret is a mimic. Roll the initiative.
not gonna lie, that is some long con right there. I would not even be mad. Like that mimic's been there for years pretending to be a turret.
That'd be terrifying too.
Yeah, but like, can you imagine the dedication? Again, I wouldn't even be mad if he ate me.
Dude, I have ADHD. I can imagine like dedicating 2 minutes for that shit.
Yeah, the entire turret just closes in on itself.
Oh man,
Eats like an entire battalion.
What the mimic with ADHD.
Oh, that would be anxiety.
That would be
Incarnate right there.
hilarious. That would be great.
Well, so anyways, once we get up, Creed is going to try to get eyes on here
So,
at the gate. That gate.
so you swing your eyes to the gate because of the battlements being significantly taller than the buildings in the city for the most part. You can see clearly to the gate. You see that the gate has been collapsed since the last time you've been here. And you can see that the dome of light essentially extends just outside the gate. So to here, to actually give you a better symbolism of what it'd be, let's do this.
Do the thing.
So you can see that the dome reaches well over a majority of the Glacier Keep, and that it seems the energy seems to be leaching because it does kind of come down. And we'll do a little smaller circle over the lighthouse, kind of off canter a little bit like that. Do a little bit of line action. So kind of think of it just like an odd rounded triangle, so to speak.
Drop.
I mean, that's about as good as I will get it for just understanding the situation.
And I fucked it up.
You did. How dare.
Just like that.
Just
This
immediately
is why
like
we don't
that.
have nice things.
At least I'm not fucking writing shit all over the, maps and stuff.
I feel attacked. I feel really attacked right now.
No, that wasn't you at all, actually.
All I did was
sure.
cross at the gate that's closed, and you're like, at least I'm not writing on the maps.
I thought
okay,
that was
I'm
actually
sorry.
Burn that did that.
Oh, I was like, okay, I see that. I see that's blocked off. Put a little note down there so we don't have to run and we get there and find out it's closed because no one bothered to make note. But
Apparently, we're making these circles blue now.
No, I'm filling them
I
in.
had no
Perfect
idea that was you that fucking drew that, by the way.
I feel really attacked right now.
I mean, I was attacking Nosh, or, Bird, but
Bird.
sure.
Bird. Bird is the word order.
He would keep writing, meep all over the fucking, owlbear and shit.
As
Yeah,
was
out of
tradition.
Out of character, how does departure affect Okros and his character's situation?
How is his
Is
departure?
Is Okros just free?
I mean, for all intents.
Oh.
I would say it's
Okay.
worse. He's attached to you now.
Oof. Yeah, so
Okay.
essentially imagine it this way, that the two circles and these weird angle pieces area of effect of the shimmering wall that you're basically inside of. Zendif, resubscribe. Dear God.
No.
Cooking book. My God.
I know some of those words.
But yeah,
Alright.
so essentially this is the area of influence you're looking at for whatever energy is here. So it extends just past the gate, and you can kind of enter the gate.
Wonderful. Western gates collapsed. Then also gonna give it a little bit of a looky to Cloud Hill. Anything noticeable?
You see that the large northern building is still standing. What assumed was the large building of commerce or something similar is still standing. Some of the buildings have been collapsed. Some of the roads are blocked by debris and rubble that was hidden by the snow and ice. But the biggest thing you can see is the fact that there are a significant number of creatures muddling about within the realm of this city.
You're trying real hard to make the entire section over there blue, aren't you?
Shh. Quiet.
Oops. Sorry, apparently I grabbed it.
Can't believe you've done this.
Try it.
Everyone's taking their turn.
Yeah, I was taking a
Alright,
turn touching my
so-
things.
So
Alright.
stuff has made me aware that I completely butchered the spelling of that thing I sent you. Spelling's not my thing, man.
I kind of just was like, I knew what you were getting at.
Well, I mean, it kind of helped that I sent a picture too.
I appreciate you stopping in, Mr. Zendiff.
Although I'm sure that picture opened up some feelings within inside you. I
No,
apologize for
no, because if you knew what was actually going on, that picture is a fucking holiday.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yes.
I want to hate you already. Is that okay for me to say? I feel like that's okay for me to say.
I mean, to be fair, like hating the DM, I feel like is half of D&D.
Yes.
Like,
Blackbird, if you only knew.
no,
It's-
I'm speaking in general. Like,
Yeah.
No, no, I
if
get
you
it.
don't see the DM as the enemy, you have a problem.
Let me just go ahead and send you the picture that I sent him.
Nah,
And
I'm good.
let me clarify with you, Mr. Rage, is it's not making it look like a holiday in the ethics department. It's making it
Okay,
it-
that's a different story
yeah.
then. Okay.
No, not in the ethics department. It's in the it's a make. What you're dealing with is significantly worse.
Okay.
Okay.
Totally different story then. I
Yeah.
don't want to kill you now.
Yeah, thank you. Because I'm not
So-
that kind of monster.
Well,
You
I
don't
mean,
take
I'm.
us-
I mean,
You don't
by the
take
way,
us to glory holes.
is the cat seeing anything? Has Mr. Fuzzy Paws spotted
does he
anything in the
wanna-
city? Because
Well, he can see the streets.
Mr. Fuzzy Paws. Is that in character? Blackbird?
You know what?
no, that was to get your attention. And I'm
I
looking
see
at
the same thing I saw before.
Yeah, you
I'm
see.
googling something. Sorry, hang on.
God, hold on.
There we go. Okay, cool.
Tiny circle.
Oh God.
I'm scared now.
Don't worry, I'm scared too.
Although we all missed over the fact that Jenna said glory hole. Just saying that.
Yes.
Alright, here.
No,
Says
I
you.
looked
I
over
sat
that.
there and audibly groaned in disgust.
So, Nameless sees the same monster he saw before. There's this massive amalgamation of a creature here, still making its way westerly.
All right.
Is it making its way downtown?
It's trying.
By the way, stealth. Some of them are pretty good. So. All right. Can we? Well, no, probably not. Is it possible for us
Here
to
we
see the eastern gate?
Hold on, I just realized I had a token fit for the creature. There we go.
That is cursed.
Yes. Yes, it
It's
is.
almost like that's the point.
Yeah. Weird, right?
Oh yeah, that creature token.
Yeah.
I know that
Right.
thing.
Yeah. Anyways, everything else he spots looks like mostly rubble, debris. You guys can hear creatures in the distance, but the fog still has set for most parts where it's hard to see, as it is the snow and water cooking up in a way from the city as the sun hangs high. You see nothing but destroyed buildings. Nothing really seems, a few and far between remain intact. Most of them have been ruined or destroyed. The city itself seems that it has been ransacked by something. And inside the fog, you can still hear and see the silhouettes of monsters walking about and causing a ruckus, causing a muck. What else would you like to look at? Anything?
I do specifically want to get eyes on the center of town.
You see the monastery is still standing. It seems that it's taken some damage, whether from the military that had come through here or the monsters that now reside is unclear. But it is standing. But you do see a number of large silhouettes sitting in the fog in the center of town.
God damn it, as you dropped that, all of a sudden my head just went, a quest has appeared, we must go.
Yes, a quest
my
of death.
Oh,
The one thing you can see clearly, though, all of you, is you all can see the large smokestack and large beam of light coming out of the lighthouse due east.
it's like he
Wait.
wants us to go to the lighthouse, guys. Sorry, that was out of character.
I don't want to go to the lighthouse. I really
But it's like
don't
a
want to
beacon.
deal with. I
Put a
don't
light
want
on
to
it.
deal with Songbird. I'm not gonna lie. I really, really don't want to deal with Songbird. At least one of you got that reference.
I'm just disappointed.
Wow.
In
I
yourself,
can keep her
or
mouth shut.
Both.
Mm.
Because I could have
Disappointed,
made
though.
Songbird an enemy, and I didn't. I failed.
You have to play specific pipes to make it go away.
Listen, it's going to be an enemy now. In one of the campaigns, I will not tell you which.
Oh, jeez.
I would like to back out of campaigns.
He's like, I think I'm done with Dungeons and Dragons forever now. So,
I've had my fill.
I had a good run.
Been great, guys.
It's
Yeah,
too
no, I'm
real.
just gonna stand here and
Vanishes.
listen, not say anything.
So, you can see
I
also,
also have no idea.
you can also see that the eastern gate does look open, but there are holes in the wall on the eastern side that you could also pass through.
I'm also kind of mad at the writing that you have at the top of the map. Put an Elton John
Still
song in my
standing
head.
finance building.
I put that there, and yes, I thought about calling it Elton John, but I didn't know if that'd be too much.
I was gonna say,
Oh,
I'm still
fucking
standing.
great.
All right, so I'm gonna guess like here, and here, hole, something like that.
Yep.
Are you just designating holes in the gate for us?
Yes, I am.
Should name one of them Glory just for Aura.
No.
Please
Oh,
don't. I left that trauma.
He said that one was open.
Yeah, the gate is
I know.
open.
I was trying to get rid of the line.
Ah, you goober.
Okay.
All right, so
I just saw it move over. I was like, huh?
I'm surprised the lighthouse is still active.
It's
You
like
said-
it's trying to tell us to come on over.
Well, I mean, if the technology base is where I think it is, like, there has to
Well,
be someone manning at all
Optimum.
times to keep it lit, which means yeah, there's
Yeah.
someone there, and I
I'm
I
going
wonder.
to ask an obvious question. What color is the light?
The light, the beam coming up and out into the sky from the lighthouse is the same color as the wall that surrounds the city. So it's chromatic,
I
or
don't
in
think
this case,
that's a
prismatic.
normal, I don't think that's a lighthouse operating.
Man, it's almost like that's foreshadowing or something.
Hmm.
Weird.
I mean, that'd be wild though.
Be
I wonder
fucking
if it's
wild.
The lighthouse. I wonder if it's the lighthouse that's putting this bubble over the keep.
Weird.
There's always a city, a lighthouse, and a girl.
God damn it.
That smile.
I'm
That
running out
damn
of them.
smile.
Don't worry.
Ugh.
I got like 2 of them left, so don't worry. But
So we kill the lighthouse, we kill the bubble.
I don't think it's quite that simple. Let me put this different. It's never that simple.
That was out of character for you.
I mean, well, killing a god would be pretty simple. Kind of turned out to be, but not exactly at the same time. So
Yeah, you killed one, and our lovely vampire made a deal with one.
I would like to loot the bodies that are laying around.
Well, there's nothing on the turret, so you'd have to go back down.
Didn't we already loot?
Alright.
Didn't we already loot them the first time?
I mean, you guys were
Well,
kind of
you
in a
shut
fight
your
the
mouth.
first time.
That's also true.
And you guys did go through and find what you could find that was useful, that wasn't broken or decayed or, not useful. So there really isn't much that you could scrounge.
You're just not gonna let us do anything but go to that lighthouse, are you?
No, you can go into the city and do things. I told you the monastery's still standing and the building to the north still standing and that there's monsters in the city. Like, come on.
The finance building's standing.
Yeah, like I said, there's a quest in the middle.
It's not a quest. It is definitely a monster sighting, but sure.
I mean,
Let's go to the
Monster might
quest.
try to convince you that it has a quest, but
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's a side quest for the monster.
Alright, so something you've mentioned in the past, this technology is roughly like 1900s.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out how to word this. Is that just like military technology, or like technology in general has reached that point?
Like, what are you looking for?
Well, I'm thinking that we don't necessarily know how these things track us. They could track us by smell.
Uh-huh.
So I was trying to think, is society or the world as a whole to the point they have like ice boxes?
I mean,
or like freezers?
the Inuits made ice boxes by using ice blocks.
Yes. Well, I'm thinking of a place where we could hide, where they might not be
Are
able
you
to
looking
smell
for like
us.
a meat freezer? Like
Yeah.
a big like meat warehouse? I mean,
Yeah.
you could try and look for one specifically. There probably is a butchery, but I don't think refrigeration is their strong suit, especially since the city's been derelict.
I'm thinking of a place where we can go that's secure, that we can easily fortify, where we can attempt to find out how they found us. That's why I was thinking about it, because if we have a location where they can't even, they wouldn't even be able to smell us over the scent of something else, we can at least exclude one possible route for tracking. Actually, you know what? I have a phenomenal idea.
Okay, let's hear it. I have one too.
On the dead body?
Oh, where is... Green's gonna try and find the kitchen.
Don't do it. Transhumanism isn't the way. Don't become a robot.
Jesus.
You can find.
I'm kind of curious where that context comes into play. That was
I
an
know what
oddly
that was.
specific thing to say.
That's a deep-rooted,
Other
visceral
campaign.
fear.
Oh god, everybody's turning into a robot for me. Is that my connection?
I don't know.
Maybe because I don't hear it.
Yeah, I
I
think it's
didn't
just
hear
your
it either.
connection.
Uh-oh.
So, reason I ask is, do we know where they kept their spices?
I imagine that there's a person in this party that could probably sniff out their spice rack relatively easily.
Figures that's going to be
But-
probably the next best bet. If we can hide
Yeah.
again, hide the
Dear
sense.
God.
So,
Well, the person who you need to talk to can't hear anyone right now.
Oh, hello.
of course.
Hello?
Yes, I
Yeah,
hear
are you
you.
back?
Hello.
Yes.
Very good.
Okay, good.
We're
Just
doing
go shit
spice
the bed
stuff.
for a moment.
Okay,
Yeah,
while he's talking about his plan,
We
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
1900s technology, yeah? And we're in a fort, yeah?
Essentially, yes.
So there must be artillery around, yeah?
I mean, pretty basics ones like you've seen before. But again, this is after the Godfall, where a lot of the cool stuff you would have is no longer existent because things got real bad real quick. You could definitely look for one to see if it's still around, if you so choose.
I would like to look for one while he's doing what he's doing. For a plan B.
Yeah, I mean, while Creed speaks to Okros about finding the spice cabinet, you look around and you find that they had some pretty basic artillery pieces. Nothing that is as extreme as what you've used before, of what Nez specifically has fired before. But
Damn it, Burn, why are you supposed to, like, know what I'm gonna... Why do you always have to know what I'm gonna do before I do it?
I am the DM. So you
He
find
knows us
some...
too well.
Yes. You find some smaller artillery pieces, something that would be essentially. Also, I don't know why Discord is cutting out my mic and everyone else's mic tonight. That's weird. I don't like it.
No, you were good straight on through that. You didn't cut out for me
Ah.
once.
Yeah, no, you didn't cut out at all.
Then apparently my stuff's bugging because it showed me
it's only
stop.
as soon as you mention something important, it's usually when it cuts out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because it
Yeah.
showed me stop and then OBS stopped picking it out,
Oh shit.
which is weird.
Okay, that hasn't happened to me today, but I've, like, had to repeat myself a couple of times because I don't see my name light up in Discord.
Anyway, you find some pretty basic, like 16 pounders. Nothing to write home about, but definitely a pretty good sized howitzer if you're trying to put a round down range to defend a castle. But unfortunately, it looks like they're on the outside, facing the walls that are exterior to the city, as one would imagine. They did not want to fire that at civilians by accident.
But this isn't an accident. I'm doing this on purpose.
I mean, you can turn them, but the way it was laid out and designed was to not fire upon civilian infrastructure. Surprisingly, I know.
Are they on wheels?
What?
I mean, they're on pedestals. They don't exactly have wheels, but they can rotate.
Hmm. I don't know, that's gonna work for what I want to do. Well, yeah, plan B anyway.
Plan B. The B is for boom.
He's not wrong.
So, Okros You two have found the spice cabinet at this point.
Oh, hell yeah. I am thoroughly rating the spice cabinet.
Very good.
Before you take too much and fill your pockets, we're going to need quite a bit of this before we go to bed.
Alright. Oh, wrong character for a second.
We need to find out how they're tracking us. Possible avenue would be through our scent. So we shall rest amongst the spices for tonight. If that's how they're tracking us, well, it won't work. If it's
Or-
through something else, well, we'll find out.
I'm gonna look at Creed and be like, what if we find out it's not our scent? What if they're tracking me now because of the meat I ingested?
Well, as they say, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Just nod and look away again.
Why do I feel like that bridge will be on fire?
So, Creed, you do notice something about Aura. As
And here's the fire.
she's speaking
Oh,
to
is
you,
everybody going robot again?
as she's speaking to you, you see
Uh-oh.
that
Yeah.
We
I
can
don't
still hear.
want- I don't want a lizard tongue. No.
no, that's not what I was going.
Okay.
What I was going to say is, you see that the condition that's on her arms has begun to spread to her shoulders and to her neck. Even down to her hands, where her nails have started to almost harden and darken, that of reptilian claws.
All right. So, is there like a office or something nearby?
More than likely.
All right.
I'm getting locked in the office, aren't I?
Creed is going to remove most of his gear. He's going to take most of his gear off,
Uh-huh.
and he is going to set it down.
Okay.
He's going to tell Aura to do the same. And then, assuming she agrees, they're going to go to the office.
Okay.
I don't suppose there happens to be a pair of chairs in there.
More than, again, if it's an office, it probably has chairs and desks and whatnot.
All right. He's going to adjust her chair and tell her to sit.
What in the hell of backroom casting couch am I hearing right now?
I
Do you
don't
sit
know.
down? Do you sit down, Aura?
I'll sit down on the chair. Yep.
All right. What Creed is going to do is he's going to put his hand on both of her shoulders.
Uh-huh.
He's going to look her in the eyes and say, "This is going to hurt, and I'm sorry."
Good fucking lord. Oh, I'm just
And
gonna look at you and nod.
he is
God.
going to do it again.
Do what again?
He is going to fight against whatever it is inside of her now.
All right, so...
I got 43 points of lay on hands left.
Oh, you're doing that. Okay. let me. I gotta do some brain math real quick.
What is going on?
Goodness.
All right.
Look,
Okay.
the last time it burnt the shit out of my gear and nearly killed me. So, like,
Alright.
I'm not burning my shit again.
That is not the problem here, Blackbird. That is
You're
your
not
that's
fucking
far
the elf.
from what the problem is, bro.
You told me it's
Although
just
by
script
the
and
end of this,
nothing
I have a feeling that the elf and the cat are gonna hook up. So.
else. God, no.
I don't
Look.
think he likes fish that much.
This is the. Oh
Jesus Christ.
God! Oh my God! I don't care what I have to do. I will. I need to send you something because that was great.
Fucking
That was
Christ.
fucking gold.
Jesus fuck.
Like this seems like an anime between the two of you, all right? Like, like the cat is being a tsundere, you know, and he really is pretending to hate her. You know.
This way. You stripped of your armor. You told me to strip of my armor, and you're like, let's
No, I
go.
told you to take your gear off, not your clothes. God.
Like your weapons and shit.
Yeah, like your weapons, your armor if you're wearing armor, your backpack, like empty your fucking pockets. I'm sorry,
Going into the
apparently I'm
octagon.
the only one here without my mind in the gutter.
You are definitely the only one here without your mind in the gutter.
I mean, my mind was just going to the fucking goofy gif. Let's fucking do it again.
So, all right.
Oh Jesus!
So,
And then it's just like I'm gonna fight against what's inside of her and everything. It was just fucking. It was terrible. It was all in that direction.
Oh,
Dying.
it's one of. I feel like it was one of those.
I'm over here like I'm building my mentally building myself up to probably kill myself again. You're all like, hook up.
I'm sitting on the outside as like a neutral party on this. It was like a poorly written young adult novel up until you were like, I'm gonna fight what's inside of her and like do lay on hands. Like you explained it. I knew where you were going with it, but it's just like in my head because I've been doing book club with Carson. It's like that's what I think about. It's just like, what the fuck is happening? Like, what is going on? I'm like, oh, he's probably gonna do lay on hands again. Like, all right.
Lay on hands. Oh,
Fucking
God.
50 Shades of Creed in this bitch.
But it was just so fucking stupid. I'm just
I'm willing to bet I could find some like trashier romance cover for that.
Yes, that would be amazing. Anyway, so you do lay on hands. You have the rest of your points to
Benny
burn.
plays on his hands. Oh fuck.
Fuck's sakes.
That's it. That's where this fucking session's going now for the rest of the fucking night.
No,
I'm sorry. It's not
stop
my
it.
fault.
Stop it. Bad.
Oh, I know.
You
I'm well aware how bad it is.
stop it. You put what magic you have left towards Aura, trying to has befallen her at this point. You're not sure what is causing it or what it is. All you know that it is a problem and you're trying to fix it. You can feel the magic fighting back against you as you push it towards her, as you are trying to find whatever is ailing her. But as you push the magic and you follow where it goes, as it tells you where the injuries are, as it normally would, so that you can focus, that you can actually heal the sick and the dying, as the magic flows through Aura, there is no communication of there being injuries or sickness. There's nothing that the magic recognizes as something that needs to be healed. It almost seems as if the magic believes that what is happening to Aura is just Aura. It is just her body. There is nothing unnatural about it.
Out of character, that's a fucking problem.
But you said there's magic involved in this, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna cast a spell on myself.
I mean, you can always cast a spell on yourself.
Can I attempt to cast Dispel Magic on myself?
Yes.
See if that'll get rid of this fucking lizarditis I got going on.
I mean, you go to do the ritual to do Dispel Magic, and nothing changes.
Oh, I'm just fucking lizarditis. Okay.
All right. There's a straight sunken cost fallacy at this point. I'm not gonna lie. So, all right. At the same time, I'd also like to cast Enhanced Ability, and I would like to give her the effect of Bear's Endurance,
Okay.
which that gives her advantage on Constitution checks. While I'm doing this, can she roll to see if she can fight back inside of herself?
I mean, she can, but as you've seen, Aura doesn't exactly feel sick, minus the thing she vomited up.
You know something's wrong inside of you. You need to fight. Do you understand me? Look at your hands. Look at your arms. You know something's wrong.
Yep.
So while you two are conversing, as you're trying to figure out what exactly is going on, the rest of you, I imagine, are either in the kitchen or in the hallways, kind of meandering around, trying to fill the time while Creed is trying to fix Aura, and you're trying to figure out what you're going to be doing next. Yes?
I want to get a blood sample.
A blood sample of who? Of what?
Aura.
Okay. That could be something you'll have to talk to her later about. But that's
You
definitely
can't-
something you can do.
Different office.
Different office. That's the phlebotomy office that's down the street. I mean,
I figured when Creed was done, I was going to ask her.
fair. Anything else you guys wanted to do? Because I know Okris is probably stuffing his pockets of spices.
Yes.
Yes. Nameless, are you doing anything specific, or are you just kind of meandering?
We'll just go with meandering about.
Meandering it up. Got it. So,
No, I'm still in the turret watching the big ass creatures walk around.
all right.
That's all I'm doing.
All right. You're just doing scout
scout.
stuff.
Yeah, scout stuff.
Cool. So,
And
Well,
I don't have Marvin Gaye humming in my head or anything. Just...
we'll start with you then, Mr. Nameless. While you're sitting in the turret scouting, you see the shapes of creatures move along the empty streets. They're hulking forms moving in between the buildings like shadows that put your finger on to what it is. You look past them to see the carrion birds take flight, the scavengers and such flocking around, them seeming to be bigger than you've seen before, which is strange, but not out of the ordinary. Sometimes in these northern regions, as you know as a ranger, the animals can get pretty large, depending on how rich the food is or how much is there. You pay no mind. Until you see one of the flocks begin to divert and start to fly towards the town center just north of the military war that you're sitting in. But as you see this flock move, you see that is a number of these vulture-like scavengers, some of them with full gullets who seem to fly slower than the rest, just seeming to hover on the thermals as they raise up into the air, looking to find a place to perch. As you sit and you watch, one seems to break from formation and seems to just glide ever slowly over top the military ward in the air.
I'm looking straight up at this point.
I imagine. I mean, if you're following it, then yeah, you'd be basically looking almost straight up.
Hold on. I have a question first.
Yeah. It is not.
The answer is always no.
It is not how they're tracking you.
Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna continue watching this bird fly around.
It seems to circle the ward multiple times, whether looking for food or otherwise. And it seems to lower its altitude as it goes, its head's swiveling. As it gets closer, you realize that it is larger than you could tell. Large enough that it could pick up a small tabaxi if it wasn't paying attention.
Well, I'm staring at it, so I'm paying attention. Don't
What?
you be doing that.
Can I make a point out of character real quick? You're paying attention to the one you see.
And you ruined my
Yes,
surprise,
I
you
got
son
that.
of a bitch.
I got it. I already got it.
You see its head turn to you as you hear a few clicks exit between its beaks with a loud screech as it seems to flap off upwards and away from the military ward. As you hear a high-pitched screech behind. Roll me deck save.
Well,
Enough to get you out of the way, but not enough to get you out of damage. One of the large talons comes down and cuts you along your arm as you dive out of the way from.
Just for shits and giggles.
As you dive out of the
Alright,
way
hang on.
of the large bird that swooped down to try and grab you from the perch you were sitting on. The wound is not deep. It is only 6 points of slashing. But it is enough to be irritating, as well as definitely limit your ability to use that arm for the moment. Catching you off guard, you start to see more of the birds from that flock start to fly towards the military ward. Some of them dropping immediately into the courtyard to look upon the corpses of the desiccated soldiers that are now laid there. Others begin to circle the battlements. What do you do, Mr. Nameless?
I'm the only one outside yet.
Say again?
Yes, you're
I'm
the
the only one outside.
Yes, you're the only one outside.
Oh,
One moment.
Brain thinky.
He's thinking.
He's thinking.
Oh no, I got it. I got it. I just want to make sure I had an ability that I thought I did. So I want to pull out both the short swords
Uh-huh.
that I have. And then I want to cast Zephyr Strike at a first level.
Uh-huh.
And use my feline agility as well.
Uh-huh.
And I'm gonna fuck up these birds.
Okay.
That's
So,
one, Tom.
so you see that the birds that are circling are sitting at probably about 80 feet above and about 60 feet away from the turret you're standing on.
You said some landed in the courtyard.
Yeah, the courtyard of the military. Are you want to just jump down and fight the ones in the courtyard?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, you do that. You jump into the courtyard like a fucking crazy
What do you
person.
like? What am I?
30 feet in the air?
He's way more than 30
I'm a
feet.
cat.
in the
I
air.
always land on my feet.
So
Clearly not. You clearly landed on your face the last time.
I was shocked that wasn't me landing
He's-
anything.
He's like at least
That sounds like an
45
excuse.
feet in the air currently. So because of all the things he just casted, he essentially like Naruto runs down the wall at the birds in the courtyard. It's terrifying.
But I have short swords instead of kunai, so it's a
Yes.
little worse.
It's a little worse. But you just lunge at the first bird and you skewer it, and the pain in your arm erupting, flaring across your nerves as you stick the first one lifeless after you do so. And now you find yourself in a flock of large, angry vultures. And so we put a pause on Nameless versus the birds versus Alfred Hitchcock. And we swap to Okros and Nez. So Okros and Nez, you two sit either in or near the kitchen. Nez, you're just hanging out. And with Mr. Okros, you, of course, are stuffing your pockets with everything possibly cool that you could find.
Yeah.
As you're going through the cabinets, you come across a windowsill. A flower or flowers put into multiple pots seem to have been growing in the window. A large tub of some spice, the label has now become faded or has been scratched off, had been knocked over and had poured onto the plants. The plants, instead of falling over and or dying, seem to have been grown ever stronger. These plants seeming to be of original herbs in the sense of possibly being that of rosemary derivatives, seem to now grown in the same sense as a basil plant, a rosemary plant, and a echinacea plant would, or purple coneflower to be specific. Where now their stalks are much longer, they still have the pointed leaves of the rosemary, but they also seem to have the bright green and wider leaves of basil. And the aroma coming off of them is something that pulls your nose in almost in an instant. It seems to have all the best qualities of all three of those plants.
Fascinating. I must harvest this. I'm going to attempt to carefully harvest some and potentially save some seeds if it has any.
You are able to harvest the first one, breaking down its leaves and its stalk, taking off the flower, and sending them all into different small jars, as well as looking to find where the seeds have been planted. The strange thing as you work your way down into the soil, as you don't see the seeds in the flower and you don't see the seeds along the leaves, they must be within the roots. And it seems that the roots are wide and striped with red and long, winding root hairs, much of that of a tuber. And as you begin to kind of push around and look for the other parts that you wish to find, you swear the other two plants turn their cones to look at you.
Very
Nice.
slowly look over without moving.
Or we were trying to fix one person and another person's poking their head into it.
Give me a dex save. Dex save?
Is that my dex is? Okay, so it's a +3. And oh hell yeah, I rolled a 19, so that's a 22.
As you slowly turn your head to look at the other flowers, believing that the cones themselves have turned to look at you, you see almost what looks like spines eject from where the center of the flower is, where the purple cone of the echinacea plant would be, and you move your head out of the way as they bury themselves in the wood of the shelf behind you.
What in the fucking Jumanji bullshit is this?
It's the bubble. I'm telling y'all, it's the bubble.
I quickly grab something to crush the plants before they can attack me again.
You find a number of wooden bowls as you start opening up the cabinets frantically. As you open the doors and you hear more of the tiny spines landing into the wooden planks that cover you at the last instant. You finally find 2 small wooden bowls that would fit over both the plants with ease.
I cover them.
Give me a sleight of hand, please.
My sleight of hand is... Oh, it's not horrible.
Mine's 0.
15 in total.
So you're able to cover both the flowers. And thankfully, one of the spines missed you by a very small margin as you covered them. Nez, you hear the commotion of the clamoring of the cabinets, of the bowls, of Okros exclaiming in surprise, and then him covering plants with wooden bowls.
Hey, Okros, what you got into those bowls?
No, it isn't just the animals that have changed. Those plants that were there just tried to shoot me, so I covered them. Don't take the bowls off of them.
Nez, roll me perception, please.
I hate my life tonight.
Out of curiosity, like,
What'd you get?
A 1.
Wow. Oh god. No.
So you don't notice what's going on behind Okros. As you're paying attention to him as he's telling you. But what you don't notice is that the root that was left from the first plant, Okros, a small tendril has grown out of the soil and has begun to lift one of the bowls ever slightly. As you feel a stinging sensation in your neck, Nez.
I'm just gonna like put my hand up and go, what was that? My neck's like all tingling right now.
Okros, you see that in his neck is 3 of the barbs that are being fired at you before by those same cone flowers.
Alright. I'm no longer concerned about making noise. I'm just gonna smash the fucking plants with my mace.
I imagine you see the spines and you just don't even look. You just fucking pick it up and just smash the pots without even looking at it. Just no. You do so. You just slam your giant meat tenderizing mace down on these plants, just turning them into powder, just breaking them into tiny little cellulose piles as the impact resonates throughout the castle, which is heard by Creed and Aura while they're trying to deal with her ailment, and is also heard by Nameless as he is out in the courtyard surrounded by vultures. But Nez, you do feel a tingling sensation in your neck, and it doesn't feel great. It's the site of where you were hit with those barbs. It doesn't look like a normal irritation site. It's not a single raised welt. It's multiple small welts that seem to have almost tendrils growing out from them.
you're turning into a flower.
Is there like a mirror nearby where I can see actually my neck?
There'd probably
That
be
I've
one in
been
the
rubbing?
washroom.
I want to go and like look at it.
Yeah. You go and look at it, and you see the same description of as the barbs had fallen out. You see 3 small welts with tendrils growing out of them almost in star shapes. Not anything that looks discolored, just it's a very strange shape for an inflammation reaction from a wound like this.
Yeah. I want to just try and like bandage it up and
Yeah.
clean it up.
You do so with ease. It's you've bandaged yourself multiple times, that it's easy enough to do so. As Okros, you exit the kitchen as you see Nez walking out with a neck bandage.
Is it reacting weirdly? Are you okay?
I should be okay, but it definitely was reacting kind of weird for. It didn't seem like a normal, welt up. So figured I just cleaned it up. We should be good if I just keep it clean.
I hope so. Those plants were strange.
You can check again later.
The It's Always Sunny title card plays. It just says Nez becomes a zombie.
As
Oh, no.
as you two are conversing in the hallway, at this point, Aura and Creed, you two exit the office as your efforts have been zilch. No progress has been made as neither you nor Aura could figure out if there was an actual ailment or something there. Your magic seemed ineffective in both your druidic sense and your paladin divine sense. And you two see Okros and Nez standing in the hallway. Okros looking concerned over Nez, and Nez having a neck bandage.
What the hell happened here?
Here's that plant life is affected as well. It became aggressive.
I'm gonna walk up to Nez and like reach for the bandage and say, "Can I?"
Yeah, you could look at it. A couple of barbs one of the plants hit me with, so I just cleaned it up and covered it up for now.
Out of character, will the like growth still be there, like the vines or whatever that are coming out of it?
Well, there's no vines coming out. It's just that the mark, instead of being circular welts, have little, like, I guess, like squiggly bits coming out of the circular welts. It's not like a traditional wound type, if you want to think of it that way. It looks very odd.
Well, I'm gonna peel back the bandage and like inspect it.
Uh-huh.
What? Because it's flora / fauna, whatever we call this in those 2 words.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be familiar with it?
You would probably be a little bit familiar with the idea of plants having like venomous barbs, but they're few and far between, and they're mostly found either underwater or in the deep jungle, both of places that you've been to as a sea elf.
So what do I roll to see if I can tell what it is?
I mean, you're not be able to tell exactly what it is.
Well, like,
you can tell that it's a venomous barb from a plant, that it looks very familiar to you.
just not which plant it would be from.
Yeah, you know that it's from a barbed plant of some kind, but you just don't know what specifically. The
That's
one big
weird.
thing you know is that it should be here in the Arctic, near a place
Yeah.
called Glacier Keep.
I'm gonna yell out to Nameless and be like, "Hey, yo, Nameless, come here for a second."
No response.
Nameless?
As you yell for Nameless, all you hear is a feline battle cry.
Son of a
What?
bitch. Can I leave any of you alone for more than 5 minutes? And Crane's just gonna grab his sword and go out, just go towards the south. Not even put his armor on, just grab the sword.
I'm just gonna cover up Nez's neck again and be like, we're gonna keep an eye on that one because that plant should not be here. In the Arctic, it belongs in the deep sea or in the deep jungle, neither of which is snow and ice. So we'll keep an eye on that one.
Hi, Rose. Yeah, so
Rose.
you all jump to and follow the sounds of feline combat as you exit the front door of pick up on OBS. Thank you. You come out the front gate of the castle to see Nameless, covered in slash marks, surrounded by now 9 dead vultures, as he's staring down 4 more. And these vultures are almost twice his size. So the fact that he has dropped 9 of them is impressive.
God damn it, Nameless. These
Why are you always yelling at me?
You're just as bad as I am.
That's bullshit. I didn't wander off on my own. I was scouting and these things attacked me. I have a wound to prove it.
Can I cast Speak with Animals to see if I can talk to these stupid birds?
I mean, yeah, it would take you a couple minutes to actually do the spell while he's, fighting for his tiny tabaxi life.
I'm gonna do it anyways. The others can help fight if they have to.
All right.
I could be about dying, and this bitch is gonna be like, "Why do you want to hurt him?"
So you begin the ritual as the rest of you clearly see Nameless fighting for his small cat life.
I don't have any big weapons on me, okay? This is how I'm gonna attempt to help.
You have spells.
Fine, I won't use Speak with Animals. God damn
No,
it.
it's too late. You already started it. He already said the thing.
He already said it. It's canon. It's happening.
Don't worry. For what it's worth, I plan to actually be useful for you. So.
Hey!
Shots fired.
Yeah, I'm charging out there to fucking beat up a vulture.
So you guys run out there, and we're not going to have to roll dice or anything. They're fucking birds. To the rest of you, they look to be large vultures. To Nameless, it looked like a cause of death. So...
To like fucking Fry and Futurama. This is a fun way to die.
Yeah, basically. This is a cool way to die.
Yeah, that. Yeah.
But out of character, in the back of my mind right now, I ain't fucking with any of my magic spells other than like trying to talk to these things because I don't know what the fuck is happening to me.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, whatever your reasoning, it's a fair reason. You guys are kind of in a weird position at the moment. So, But yeah, so the rest of you run
I'm
out.
sure Cree had her in some weird positions earlier.
Oh my god, shut
Gross.
up. Continue with the
I was drinking coffee.
Gonna make Rexus spit coffee all over his computer. Anyway, so the rest of you run out and assist Nameless with it as almost called you Rose. Is the wrong person. Rose is in chat. Aura finished casting her spell, and Aura, you reach out to talk to these birds. You all start hearing chittering and squawks come out of the mouth of the druid as she begins to try and communicate with the attack Nameless, as the rest of you have essentially dealt with those that are currently present and trying to take your friend into the sky. And
So if I killed 9 of them, how many are left?
4.
there was 4 left, and then there was a bunch still in the sky.
What brings you?
Food.
He is not food. Leave now.
Small. Food.
Not food. Leave.
Small. Food. Take.
Not food. Leave.
Why? Eat. Live.
Find your food elsewhere. There is a carcass couple streets over. Go feast on that.
Taken by large. Can no longer eat.
The carcass is no longer there.
Taken by no longer there. Must
Large.
eat.
Large what?
Large. Terror. Fear.
I'm going to point at Nameless and be like, not food. Yucky.
Roll me persuasion.
Persuasion.
I don't know why, but the bird asking why
19.
got me.
19.
I mean, birds aren't dumb. They're kind of smart, especially with the bird brain, very much, Rose. So with the 19, the bird responds with gross, poison, poison,
Gross.
bad.
Poison. Gross. Bad. No eat. Leave. Find food somewhere else.
A loud squawk is heard amongst the flock of 20 additional vultures overhead, as they all seem to circle back and fly off to the.
Are they very close to one another? Like in a flock? Like,
I mean, they're not flying in a V. They're just kind of flying in a general direction.
what do you want, Creed?
No, I know why you're asking. Out of character. You're an
Yeah, you
idiot.
probably do.
You are an idiot.
Maybe.
Oh God.
Like, there's not words I can give that are polite enough and won't get him banned off of Twitch to describe how much of an idiot you are.
What does he
Wait,
want?
wait. I don't think you actually know what I was planning.
All right,
Go
what was your
ahead,
plan?
let's find out.
I am not wasting big gun on small birds. If that's what you thought.
Okay, then what was your plan then?
Go ahead, let's hear it.
I would love to hear it.
I'm gonna ask this question. This will probably tell you why. Are they all within 5 feet of each other?
I mean, as a mob,
Are you doing Hail of Thorns on these
so
birds?
probably.
What? What?
I mean, I would say probably, as they're flying off in a group. Why? Nameless. Why do you need this specific information?
Yeah, I'll just fucking say it. Fuck it. I would cast Hail of Thorns.
Yep,
at third
there it
level and
is.
shoot the middle in the middle.
I
Say
fucking
Hail of
knew it.
Thorns, Here we go.
Fine. Did you cast it at
Hey!
third level?
I
Yeah.
did.
Okay.
They fucked with me. I'm mad.
They fucked with me. I'm not letting them live. Absolute debauchery. Roll the hit, please. Poor bird. Exactly.
What about that spell?
Yeah, that third level
What-
spell.
what
I
the
need a
fuck?
spell die.
You fucking asshole! Why would you do that? I forgot how does this work again.
I just need you to roll me a d20. That's it.
It's gotta be between 4 and 16.
Yes, sir.
Like 4 and 6. Like if it lands on 4 or 16, is it still working? Or is it
Yes. No, it's fine. It can't be
Okay.
outside that range.
fail?
You
Fucking
are
perfect.
good. Did you already roll the hit? Are you
No,
doing it
no,
now?
no.
Okay. Yeah,
18.
I'll say that you slam the center bird and you see them all puff into feathers as just a shrapnel storm of thorns fire out in all directions, and they just fall out of the sky.
Or's just gonna throw her hands up and be like, why?
Or is doing all that work, rolling persuasion, trying to get him to go away, and Rage is like, nah, bam, duck hunt.
No, she did it perfectly. They were all flying away in one little group that I could just destroy them all.
I'm gonna yell at Nameless. I had that. They were leaving. What the hell?
Well, now they can't come back.
And then I'm gonna get a smug look on my face and be like, see? Sometimes talking to them helps.
I mean, you're right. You did help this time. I'll give that to you 1,000%.
Oh, and then I'm gonna turn and look at you and be like, by the way, I told them something I already know. You're toxic. And walk back into the building.
Damn.
I mean, what do I care what they think? They're all dead and scattered across the ground.
I was just trying to get a jab in there.
There's
So
a sea of red where
so-
their lives used to be.
So, Nameless, you're cut up pretty bad. You know, none of the cuts really hit anything vital, but you're definitely not looking great.
I would like to
Between,
do cure wounds on him when he comes inside.
well, hold on that. You can do cure wounds outside if you so wish, but hang on 1 second. Is that Nameless? You're looking kind of not looking hot, not looking great. You know, you took on a whole flock of vultures that wanted to take you off this very ground level and just either throw you into the dirt or just eat your corpse. Who's to say? But
Swear to God, you give me bird flu.
no, you're not going to get bird flu. But the rest of you do notice that where the cuts are, his fur started to turn into feathers.
Who the fuck paid for this dread? I need to know.
Dread. This is the
This
arc,
isn't a
bro.
dread.
Whatever this is.
This is part of the story. I'm a fucking lizard.
I get it. I was making a joke, but thanks.
We went into a city of nightmares, and like, I don't even have words. I don't even have fucking words for this.
Says the one goes, I don't want to go to the lighthouse. I can surely end all of this.
Oh god.
Anyways,
Oh.
let's carry on.
Oh gosh. Oh god, goobity goodness. All right, so you all just kind of hang on the courtyard for a second. You heal up Rage a little bit. Go ahead and roll me spell die and then heal amount.
First level is what I'm rolling. So between 19.
Well, if it's first
between-
level, you guys don't have to roll for those anymore.
Okay, yeah, it's a first level. And then I just roll a. What die do I roll for it? A d8, I think?
The effect.
It's yeah.
And if you go onto your spells, if you hit the effect, it should tell you, and you click on it, it'll roll for you.
Yep.
If you click on it, it'll roll for you.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to roll an extra dice.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah, look at you. Doing it. Learning. Making it happen.
5.
That good enough. You feel a little bit better, Rage. Not a whole lot Nameless, but you know, enough. It's good enough. It's a little pick me up, like a nice cup of coffee around like 6 p.m. You know, just a nice moment. So as you're all kind of getting yourselves back together, kind of looking over yourselves, over the situation you find yourselves in, that the lighthouse is going to be imperative, that the nightmares and monsters that roam the city are a threat, and that for right now you have a sanctuary, whatever that may be. But you can see microphone, work with me, we're at the end, please continue, that the sun is starting to go down and that it would be best to find shelter.
Well, Creed, I guess now it's time to test your theory.
All right. Everyone into the room with the spices.
You all set up shop, set up your bedrolls and such, trying to put the spices down to block off your scent as best you can, sprinkling it on your bedrolls, around door frames, windowsills, etc. Trying to
Out of
make sure,
character.
yes,
Don't hate me for the picture I just posted in the session chat.
acceptable. Uh, you set yourselves up in the best way you can. You make sure your weapons are close, that the doors are closed
Oh, no.
on multiple layers, and that the spices are sprinkled on your bed and around door frames. You try your best to make sure it's as prepared as possible. And you try to find the time, the energy, the mental stability to sleep. You don't know what ails the members of your party. All you know is that it's no good omen that things are changing in this place and that it seems that you are changing with it.
Does Ned still want my blood?
He can get it later.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can ask later. Because I got more people I want to ask now.
Oh wow, would you look at that? It's named Sindora.
As you all settle down, posting one person up for watch and rotating through, the sounds of the monsters awakening within the city is still something that bewilders and frightens you. It is an unnatural sound that echoes throughout the streets. But the one thing's for certain is that you do not hear the same taunting voice you heard previously. But one thing that brings joy to the heart of a certain artificer is that during his watch hours, he hears a loud whistling flare from the southeastern district. As a deep bellows follows, as he sees the shadow of the gargantuan begin to move towards that flare. As the watches finally end, the rest's complete. Your body's still not feeling as great as they could. You wake to the morning light and to the chill winds that come down through Glacier Keep. Those of you afflicted with whatever this may be continue to see your body shift further. Aura, her skin condition has continued to grow. Up her neck and down her back. The feathers starting to almost meld with the fur of Nameless, starting around his cuts and moving up his arms and to his hands. Thick growths almost, or just what seems to be inflamed skin growing in vine-like lines across Nez's neck and right shoulder, seeming to give rise to strange shapes underneath his skin. The upper layers almost turning a deep green. Time is of the essence, and time is unfortunately something you don't have. As you wake to the morning light, you see that smoke billows from the monastery. The center of town seems to be raw. The fires and sound of combat. And that is where we end our session.
Love this for us.
All right. So, that is the end of the session for tonight. Let's do a quick breaky down of favorite moments, pros, cons of what you saw, what you felt, and what you think is happening. We'll add that to the
Is that a
list.
long rest, by the way?
Yeah. Rose, you think this is torture?
I don't know.
Say nothing.
But it feels
this is
like it for
actually
Creed
pretty
right
light.
now.
Yeah, although I'm pretty sure that's more just like, I hate all of you so much. Like, we came into a basic quarantine city, And for someone, her first instinct is, "Hey, I should take a chunk of meat off this dead corpse and put it in my mouth." Another guy's like, "Hey, this plant's weird. I haven't seen this happen before. I should totally mess with it and poke it with a stick." And the last one's like, "These giant birds have been eating rotting, contaminated meat for weeks. I should get in a close quarters battle with them."
In
In
my
my defense, Okros is a gourmand, and he specifically made that plant out to be like the fucking wonder herb.
Ah,
And I was
You
yes.
found a
"Ooh."
wonder herb in a city full of twisted beasts that have been mashed together with other creatures, and you're like, "Yeah, this seems trustworthy."
in my
That-
defense,
That's like going to Chernobyl. You're like, "Hey, I found some green glowy water. I bet it tastes like watermelon because it smells like watermelon."
Look, man, at least none of us took a fucking lizard elf to the back room, okay?
Again, I'm the only person who didn't find that fucking pervy.
Hey, no, I went to the fucking Goofy meme. I didn't go to Pervy.
In my defense, I didn't ingest the meat until a certain cat jumped on my back and made me bite down on it.
You want to know why
Listen,
I went
we
to a
could
back room?
we
'Cause I
could go
figured I was
around
gonna
in
explode
circles.
again.
We could go around in circles about what bad
thought
decisions
you-
led everyone
I thought you
here.
were gonna lock me in the office or tie me to the chair because I was shifting.
Yeah, one of those someone would be all too happy to hear say.
So we could go in circles about what bad decisions everyone's made to land them here in the city of monsters. But we're not going to do that. We're going to talk about cool things and fun things that we liked from today to kind of break it down and close it out for the night. So, starting Mr. Creed, Mr. Blackburn.
I like the fact I'm the only one that seeming to have some level of rationality in this contaminated city.
Oh, you'll get yours.
Oh, I'm fully aware of that. I'm fully aware of that. I have zero doubt it is not gonna happen.
Yeah, but what did you like? What were your favorite points? Anything of interest you want to share with the group?
I liked opening up, and I for what it's worth, I did like aura pushing back, and I did make a meme that I was gonna send, and I was like, I don't know, but yeah, I just sent it to Mr. Okros.
Oh.
I would choose. I was like, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna share this. It's legitimately a shit post. But like, just because. By the way, legitimately, whatever you had said, I've been like, all right, let's go. If you're like, I want to go right in the middle of town. Sure. I got a spell that lets me bring someone back from the dead with 1 hit point. I like my odds.
Also, I just want to say, if you had let me crush them the first time like I said I wanted to, that wouldn't have happened.
What, crushed up monsters?
No, the plants.
Oh.
I said I'm looking for something to crush them, and he's like, "You find bowls to cover them." And I was,
I thought
okay.
you said cover. That's why I
heard
was like,
cover
you
as
found
well.
bowls. If you just crush, you had your mace. I thought you were just gonna smash them. That's why I was like, why is Okers trying to cover the plants? He's just like preserve.
Because I was trying to find something like small to crush them with, so I didn't make a huge sound with my mace.
Like
I don't know.
it's. Listen, miscommunications are part of D&D. It made it funnier. Like, you scrambling through the cabinets, your giant lion folk self looking for 2 small bowls to cover these voracious plants with.
I like to think that they're like the little itty bitty little gelato bowls too.
Yeah.
Just,
Like the
Yeah.
smallest bowl known to mankind, and you're like,
just like
this,
pinching them between my fingers, like.
Eh,
yeah, like
your giant
shot
lion
glasses
folk hands.
have more volume.
I
You're like this.
I gotta
this
cover
right here.
these deathly plants with these tiny fucking balls. Oh god.
Yeah. Oh well.
That was my bad.
Oh, well, now we have a plant
I
human.
mean, To be fair, I didn't hear like half of what was going on for the last bit of the
Yeah.
session because Discord was fucking up. So
I don't know why Discord's being a turd in the hole. It's was been making the session kind of
But
a
they
pain.
keep giving all these updates. They're supposed to make things better.
Right.
No.
I
just
mean,
keeps
yeah,
giving my
better if you're
character
paying them
tendrils.
nitro.
Yeah, but Creed, anything else funny,
Nope,
huh?
I got nothing else.
All right.
Except that everyone's gonna die, and I'm gonna be the last one left.
Everyone's going to perish, Sedge.
I mean, I made the mistake of fucking with the plants once. Okros learns from his mistakes at least.
Okros is like, I will never touch another plant unless I know that it is true.
Yeah.
From TF2. Who are you? Where'd you come from? Who do you work for?
Yeah.
I caught that fucking shot at me, Rixus. I caught that.
Anyway, Mr. Rage, Mr. Nameless.
I did like the pushback by fucking Aura. However, I didn't know that's what it was at first, and it was pissing me off. And I'm like, wait, Bird hasn't said anything about this. I figured if it's something that she's like, if she broke character just to bitch about everything, he would have said something by now. But I let it play out without saying a fucking thing. And yeah, I'm like, I even messaged Stealth and Rice is like, this has got to be because of the meat, right? Like, fuck. It was good. Like you had me. Yeah, you had me good. I like the fact that the birds were able to see me while I'm scouting, even though I'm wearing a cloak that's supposed to hide me.
Dude, they're birds of prey. They hunt shit that's camouflage all the time.
Yeah.
Also, you were like sitting on top of cobblestone.
Yes, I can.
Watch me.
I'll fucking do it again.
All right, listen, Solid Snake. You can't turn.
You're gonna get like a disguise kid, and it'll be like Sherlock Holmes with
Oh,
Robert Downey
God.
Jr. Where it'll be like perfectly painted, just as long as he doesn't like breathe.
If he doesn't move or breathe, he is the couch. He has become couch.
Yes.
Very good. What else you got there,
I don't
Mr.
want to
H?
be. I don't want to be any couch that's around Creed. That's what I've heard today.
Oh my god.
I'm still waiting for the end of this love story between Nameless and Aura.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that love triangle.
Cat and his
He's gonna be
fish.
waiting a
Cat in
long
his
ass
fish.
time.
A cat in
ain't
his
happening.
fish. Jesus, Mary.
It ain't happening.
Anything else, Mr. Range?
No, yeah. Creed, what did you think I was gonna do with the birds?
I 100% thought that you were going to do your multi-shot with the explosive rounds, and I'm like, they already know the birds came here, and like just for one fucking evening, I want to be left alone. And I was like, please.
I was
please
kind
don't
of
be this
hoping he
stupid.
pulled out the alligator and like just fucking fired one of those experimental rounds at the fucking
I
birds
was
to
so
send them a
hoping he
message.
wasn't going to. I didn't want to.
I know, but
Like-
listen, it's if you were a small tabaxi full of rage and anger and you got attacked by a bird because you looked like a snack sitting on top of a battlement and you had the ability to fire a 20 mil at them, wouldn't you fire a 20 mil?
No.
Well, we're just built different, not the
If it was
specification.
one big bird, I would have done that. But it
Oh,
was like
yeah.
a bunch of like ones that were double my size.
Just
Yeah.
kind of scare him off. I wanted to threaten one and make it fight me. Because I could stab it. No, like I legitimately have I have a spell where I taunt them and they take disadvantage on their attacks.
Oh, you literally
Jesus.
have goat.
Compelled duel.
Like goad. Yeah, you have
Yeah.
the goad skill. Nice.
Yeah, like if I could see it, it has to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is drawn to you, compelled by your divine demand. For duration, it has disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than you, must make a wisdom saving throw each time it attempts to move to a space that is more than 30 feet away from you. And I was
Nice.
like, I was gonna let you just stab the crap out of it, kill it, but no.
Listen,
I
sometimes
mean, I still got the job done.
Yeah, now you're turning into a bird. So who's really winning here?
That would have happened anyways, because that happened before I even started attacking them.
That is true. It did ambush him and attack him.
Yeah, I got ambushed and I defended myself.
Yeah. So I'm the only uninfected person so far.
No, I'm
no,
infected.
Okros isn't
I dodged that
infected
shit.
either. He did dodge
Oh
it.
yeah, I stand corrected.
He
I
did
just was
dodge
unlucky and got hit.
because he rolled a
I'm not-
fucking 5 on his perception, and I was like, you should easily see the bulb trying to lift itself up with like a fucking tuber sprout, and you're like, I got a 5, and I was like, well, I stand fucking correct.
Oh, I rolled another nat 1. The 2 nat 1s tonight.
Yeah,
We
what
should've
was your
let
fucking
him-
rolls tonight, dude?
You should have let him burn that fate. We should have let him burn the fate from tonight that I got with that nat 20.
Regardless, so on to Miss Aura, Miss Jenna, your moments.
Oh, Lord. Okay, first off, if we're gonna make me a lizard, at least keep the aesthetic. I'm an Asian water monitor.
Like you get to choose.
Second, I had quite a few moments tonight that I loved. Finally snapping and being like, you know what? Fuck you guys. I'm gonna do what I want because you guys won't let me do what I want, so I have to do it myself.
The rebellious teenager phase of the elf. A terrible time, a terrible 200 years.
Meanwhile,
But I also
Okros,
really-
the fucking blood oath bound fucking.
In my defense,
Am I a joke to you?
I forgot you owe me a life debt. It was 2 months ago. Forgive me.
You forgot that was a mechanic. That is part of Okros, which is fair. It was a minute before we actually had gone over all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I also really enjoyed that moment with Creed giving me water.
Mm-hmm.
Because I caught, like, I don't know if he meant, like, the little niche there. Like, usually he would offer someone, like, alcohol in that kind of situation. But no. Aura got water, and it made me think he remembers Aura doesn't drink. And the one time she did, she fucking died almost. Gosh, I sent it. So that was 2 of my favorite moments. The Office. The whole joke about the Office.
Just that fucking.
Oh god.
That was the worst.
I was laughing so hard I was like squeaking and crying.
Ridiculous.
So that was good. And probably my favorite moment from the night was talking to the birds. And if you could have seen the smug ass fucking look on my face when it worked, I was like, you motherfuckers. You talking all this shit about how, oh, these birds are almost killing him and you want to talk to them? And I forget who it was that said, I'm going to actually help you. Mwah.
Listen,
Chef's
60% of the
fucking
time, it works every time. All right.
Chef's kiss.
Mr. Rexus.
Tonight was just a night of good points.
Mr. Rexus, what you got?
I mean, pretty much everything's been covered already, but yeah, the horrifying misunderstanding of almost everyone with that fucking office scene.
It was so bad. It was so great, though.
I hate all of you so much right now.
Clockwork, do you sit in the chair? I guess. Like, what?
Look, if last time I tried to do this, I exploded. All right, like
He was
I bet
just...
you did.
no, I literally fucking blew up and
Yes.
burned my arm to the point that it was basically barely bone.
We know.
I was like, hey, you know what?
How about we don't?
If there's like an office nearby, I'm like, I can minimize the risk to anyone else. I won't damage
I
like
can
any of the spices or anything. We're gonna need to
minimize
survive
the
night.
fucking damage potential of me detonating if this feedback loop happens again. And everyone's like, sex. Ha.
Literally,
It's
the
just
entire fucking
it's
party.
like, hey, I'm trying to do this really noble thing. I'm trying to be like smart and shit. Everyone's like,
Okay, Creed, go back and listen to it. Like, really listen to it and tell me if that's not what it sounded like.
No, I'm not doing that.
You're just like, I refuse.
No, I'm not doing that because you're just all fucking perverts.
Listen, you
You
know, if
said, "I'm gonna
Cactus was
strip
here, he would have exemplified on that. You know that as well as
Oh,
I
he
do.
would've.
Oh, I know, but like, it's like your argument is you're not perverted enough like us, so you just
I'm
need to
not
go
saying
back
you're not perverted
and, like,
enough. I'm immature. I may
Oh no,
have
I'm
two
talking
kids.
about them, not you.
We're
I'm
all
not talking about
fucking
you.
immature. We're all the same
I'm a
fucking
child,
age. Yeah.
so yeah.
Like, two of us have fucking
What are
kids
you
and we
doing?
laugh at dick jokes. Like, you
Trying to
can't...
do the fucking do it again meme, and I'm getting lumped in with perverts.
Rex is like, I'm innocent. I'm trying to make memes. I'm not being weird.
I mean, if you would have saw what I said in Burns' fucking chat last night, none of this would fucking surprise you.
Christ. No.
Oh yeah. I
What you
forgot
said about
that.
Cortana, that fucking
Yeah.
killed me. That was great. But yeah,
Oh,
so
But
Rex, is
also
anything
the clever girl moment with the
Yes.
fucking plant. You swear you see it look towards you. I look slowly.
I was kind of hoping for you not to make that dex dex save. So just like take it in the
Oh.
face and just like, ah, no.
It's okay.
Stealth wasn't here for that comment last night.
He was not. You can fill him in once we're
No.
done with the breakdown.
Hey,
Yeah.
like
But yeah.
this, it's okay. Based
I
on
love-
based on 90% of the party's thoughts, you would have been the only one that took it in the face tonight, anyways.
God damn it.
Oh.
Oh, God damn it.
100% though.
I thought we were away from it. I thought we were
In
cool for a
Creed's
minute.
eyes, every 5 minutes, each of you has found some new level of bullshit to go through. Like, it's like, okay, you know what? Fine. Like, he's like, I'm gonna leave the cat in the turret. He's gonna keep an eye out for any problems. It's gonna be fine.
He's
I'm
gonna
try
do
and
his
help
job.
Get Aura. Like, we're gonna try and fix whatever the fuck Aura is
Oh,
infected
no.
with. Like, all right,
I mean,
you two, stay here. All right. Make sure the area's secure for when we come back. We're gonna get ready for bed. We're gonna go to sleep. All right. Okay. Can't fix Aura. Fine. Like we're doing okay. We're doing fine. Everything's fine. Okay. Fuck. He's infected. I left you alone for like 5 minutes. How did you find? Wait. What do you mean you got infected by a plant? What?
What are you?
Oh, okay, fine. All right, everything's fine. We can make this work. And you guys take it. It's like, God damn it!
Just like a
How
frustrated
many things
father.
those plants would have done to us in our sleep if I hadn't discovered their deeds.
Hey,
Yes,
I don't know where to
discovered
go
their
from here.
devious nature.
Blackburn, look at it this way. You did tell Aura to take the lead after her little fight back. You could say she took the lead tonight.
It's all Aura's fault. That's canon.
I
More than a
honestly
right.
considered like locking you guys inside and just going to the lighthouse myself.
Just
Like,
all
at
of
this
you stay
point-
here. Guard the
At this
castle.
point, I'm scared to do anything with you people.
All right. Before we get
Uh.
further down the rabbit hole, Mr. Stealth, what you got?
You know, I really enjoyed that Nat 1 shooting Nameless out of Lucifer.
I'm so glad I said let that play out. Like, just fuck it, whatever. I'm here for it.
That did turn out
We
really
here. We're doing things.
I mean, to be fair, we wouldn't have known that it could mimic sounds other than voices if that hadn't happened.
I mean, that is true.
good. And then the two different fish jokes that Rexus came in with randomly.
Oh,
Whenever we
That was
talked
good.
about Rage and Aura becoming one.
becoming one. You had to say it like that. Like, really? Fucking Christ.
God, this is just turning into a shitty young adult novel. Come on. We gotta amp up the pace. We gotta bring back the trauma and the darkness and the funny haha quips. Come on.
I don't know, man. Sex brings out a lot of trauma in people in real life.
Okay, listen. I don't want it to be real. That's why I do DMing for D&D. I'm
So
escaping the
I-
bullshit.
I have an actual session question.
Yeah.
Although it technically doesn't really affect anything. Didn't you say like the last time we were here that oh god I can't think of his name.
The rabbit.
No, the fucking the dead paladin.
Which one?
Who was in the fucking keep? The guy who Kratos killed himself in finding.
Oh, Father Grigori?
Father Grigori. Wait. Do you seriously name him Father Grigori?
Did I? Yes.
Oh my god. That I just connected the fucking dots there. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I
Father
can't remember.
Grigori, and I serve.
I can't remember if it
Ravenholm.
was
Really.
I can't remember if it was Father Grigori or if it was no, it was Father Graydon because Grigori's the
Father-
fucking
thank you. It's like-
vampire.
Okay.
That's right. Father
It's like-
Gregory's the fucking vampire. It's Father Graydon. Yeah.
There's no way that went over my head in the past. There's no. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
No, that was too on the nose. I tried to go for Grigori for the vampire, and it turned out to be Gregory, and it was just like, this is fine, I guess it's fine.
yeah, I remember you saying something like his death ensured that there was protection for the grounds.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna guess that's why we didn't see any
Nope.
bodies taken. Really?
Yep.
Huh.
So,
Alright then.
it's so I've been giving you guys clues on what's actually happening in here. With every time something has shown up as brought infection upon you or something around you, I have been giving you context clues on how that is happening. And so I'll leave it up to you to either watch the VOD or think on every time someone was infected, you found something that was infected. What exactly had happened. So for the lizards that Aura saw, they were eating a carcass that had the kind of the same skin texture that they had, but it also looked like it didn't belong here, which is what, Rage saw, or Nameless saw. The vultures that were feasting on it seemed bigger. They seemed to be molting in certain spots, keeping their wings. She ate the meat and then started turning. The spices were dumped into the flower pot, and you saw a mutation across it. The birds seemed bigger and seemed to be changed. They didn't look like a normal species. Then we have, of course, the bear being the prime example. There's all these context clues of like what's actually happening behind the scenes that'll let you guys figure out. You'll eventually solve it, but something to think about.
You have way too much faith in me.
That's why you're in a party of 6. Have fun.
I may have been thinking that and didn't say it.
But yeah, so that's kind of what's going on. That's not the reason the bodies weren't taken. It's like I said, it's you think that it was something like undead. There's nothing to point to that besides the bear getting out of the grave. But you also knew that the bear was already technically undead when you fought it the first time. But yeah, so little something to chew on till next session.
What was your favorite part, Burn?
My favorite
That's a
part.
good one, actually.
So there was definitely a few favorite parts of where you guys really kind of changed what I thought was going to happen. Basically, you guys leaving the tavern, I thought it was going to be a little bit more gung-ho because you guys were like, we need to get the fuck out of here fast, and you were going to go searching for a way towards the lighthouse or towards another location or go through the streets. Like, basically, you're going to try and blitz the goal because you want to get this done with. And if you're in a city full of monsters, you better haul ass. You did not. You actually took a very calculated approach, which included shooting Nameless into a wall, which was very funny. Beyond that, Jenna is sneaking off and then coming back to you guys, and you guys kind of being like, oh, what the fuck? What is this? Who is that? What is happening? And dealing with it, but then her kind of changing mentality. And I don't know if she did that on purpose or if she was playing her character really well of like, I'm tired of being pushed. I'm the dumb one. Was just beautifully well done, because it was like, I didn't expect that. But that's why I had that little monologue in it of, you know that no one's going to be coming for you. You're the ones that go save people. You don't get saved. A really nice touch on the inner workings of like someone under stress, which, don't know if you did it on purpose. It's very well done. Going to the military ward, Creed's speech with Aura in general, like explaining to her why he does the things he does. And then just kind of being able to start tipping the scales against you guys, showing you the gargantuan monsters, the shadows in the fog, the evil plant, the evil birds, you know, kind of showing you that everything in here is like super feral and wants to kill you. And you guys kind of reacting to it, and not a, oh, well, we're just going to go crusade and get to our objective. It was more of, we need to figure out what the fuck we're going to do so we don't fucking die, then do that. Like, it's very different from other groups I've worked with who have just been like, no, pedal to the metal, we're going to go clear it out. You guys are like, let's bide our time. Let's get to a safe spot. Let's make sure we're taken care of. And then let's roll into the next step. So, very good. Very good all the way around. Everyone's like reaction to things was all very well done. You know, everyone played their part well. Try to give everyone a chance to kind of step into the light and do something. Because it's a little harder in the RP sides when there's more of you, but that's why we try to balance it. Only comment I have is that it's digital, so it's harder. Is we need to make sure that we are doing our best not to talk over each other, or make sure that we're pacing ourselves. Just to make sure that everyone gets a shot to either do the next cool thing, or to decide the next action, or just to be like, oh, hey, their skills are really useful here. We should probably put them in front so they can tackle this problem or give us an edge on it. Past that, wonderful. Good work all the way around. I'm liking the pace. So let's do it again next time.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, we will see everyone, including our beautiful viewers, next week for Siege of Etheria. If you don't already know, we have some of the same players here in it. We have our D&D schedule. We have the archive where all of my VODs go up. We also have our Discord, among other things, to come and join us and talk with us and shoot the shit. All the players are in there. We usually send memes or play other games. I'm currently doing a Halo timeline. Doing a playthrough of Mr. Rexus himself. And so it's a lot of fun. Come and hang out. We have some other special guests come through every once in a while in a blue moon, which is a lot of fun. But one thing I wanted to do before we closed out tonight was I wanted to show you guys something. It's something that I've been working on that I'm super proud of. And I wanted to show you guys kind of it all pieced together, I guess is the turn of phrase. So let me get this window closed. And so I'm very proud of it. It's all coming together really well. Yeah. So I'm not going to put on the entire piece because there's a lot of pieces that go around. I'm not going to put my tunic on and all that stuff. But we have the undervest. It's got some nice bits to it. We got the plate. We have the big old pauldron jacket that had its updates done today as well.
Oh.
And of course, we have the bracer I put together. So I can't hear y'all right now. Let me fix that. But yeah, this is the setup.
Nice.
You gotta do a catwalk. You have to model it.
Well, it's... But I feel like the armor on the left side has come together really well, especially with the gauntlet I made that had the nice little blade I built into it. I actually finished these purity and make them out of epoxy and EVA foam. So everything is put together with rivets and EVA, even the pauldrons as well. And did the nice chest and shoulder piece, and then built out the pauldron today with the vestment cords and everything. So that's what I've been working on. This is the big thing.
Wait, does epoxy and EVA actually work?
I have my heraldry patch with my mod badge, which you can kind of see right there. I have my little other heraldry shield that I'll put something on there. And then, of course, the piece de resistance is the Stetson.
Good old Stetsons.
And of course, it has the nice little Gene Stealer cult Brotherhood Brood symbol on it because, well, why not?
Mm-hmm. It does accentuate that quite nicely.
Yeah, it came out really well. I still got to do a little bit of fit adjustment on the big bracer because it doesn't fit up all the way like I want it to, especially with like flexibility wise. But I may just have to cut out a piece of the plate or just like rotate it a bit. But like it's got some really good potential for it. Like this is what I'm going to be wearing at my next big event with all the people. And what's cool is that because of the straps I put on, this can just come off and I'm down to my regular over pauldron and everything else. One thing I'm currently fixing is that there is a magnet in the back of the vest, which should, by all intents and purposes, hold this guy if it sits right. I still am working is that the part of the pole that's actually going to hold the flag, I have to flatten it so it sits against the magnet flat. So it has a little bit better attachment. But yeah, that's essentially all that I've put together, and I'm very happy with it. It's come out very good.
Yeah. Very nice.
Looks good.
Yes, I'm very happy with the foam crafting that has gone into this because it's become better than I could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm going to make so many people jealous. It's going to be wonderful. But anyway.
Wait, so epoxy works with EVA foam?
I used hot glue and epoxy to build these, where I basically took two EVA foam discs of different diameter, glued them on top of each other, and then used the hot glue to do it. Other pieces I've used epoxy on, but it has to be a specific epoxy for urethanes. like urethane
Okay,
foams.
that makes sense. I
Okay.
was just expecting to melt or something, so that's why I was like, "What?"
No, it's gotta be like, it's a specific type of epoxy I've used for other bits. But yeah, so we're gonna raid out from here. Is anyone staying on for shenanigans afterwards that I know about?
Yes, I'm
Negative.
going to bed.
I will probably be playing something, yes.
Okay. Well then, we will yeet on over to Rexaus. Bleh bleh.
Bleh.
Bleh. Bleh. But yes,
Oh.
thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being a part of this amazing experience of being able to run these sessions and make them a little bit different for both campaigns. And I know that with the other campaign, Siege of Etheria, as we will eventually hit the end point of that story. But once we do, we will make another one. But until then, we will see you next week. And we'll see you probably later this week for more games, more fun, and more absolute bullshit chaos. So, as always, thank you for being here, and we'll see y'all next time. Say bye-bye, everybody.
See you in
Bye.
2 weeks.
Pleasure having you here. Before too long, I shall see you again.
Yes.
Burn.
You better bring spices.